Welcome, everybody. This is a special meeting for the Sequoia Union High School District Board of Trustees, and we will start with a roll call.
Student Trustee Swaminathan, are they on Zoom?
Here.
Student Trustee Rodriguez Valesquez,
Here.
Trustee Thompson,
Here.
Trustee Stevenson,
Here.
Trustee Sarver,
Here.
Vice President Ginn,
Here.
President Dubois.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you for that. So I also want to just talk about public comment. If there will be time during this discussion, we have about an hour. And anybody in our live audience who would like to make a public comment can fill out a card and submit it. Anybody in our Zoom audience can also raise their hand. And there'll be a time when I'll call for public comments or see if there is any. So you're welcome to participate. So with that, and we do have translation? Pardon me? So we do have translation available, and somebody's going to make a statement in just a second. Oh, okay. It is on the screen. That is a great way of doing it. Now we will always have the translation note translated. I also wanted to say that our colleague Rich Ginn is on vacation, so he's part of our Zoom audience. He's here from a remote location. Okay. So I'm going to do my best to go ahead and start and to frame this this agenda item. After our last board meeting, the board unanimously passed a resolution celebrating Juneteenth. It was unanimously passed. I think when I presented the item, I mentioned that I personally was very excited about this new holiday. And it is my belief that all 5 board members are excited about this new holiday. And it's long in coming. And but the discussion that ensued over that action item did not sit well with some people observing the meeting. It could have been people in our live audience as well as people on our Zoom audience. So I think it was a couple of weeks after that meeting, I don't remember exactly, I received a letter as board president from Maurice Goodman. Maurice is a trustee for the Community College District. He's also a very active member locally of the NAACP. And he asked to meet with 2 board members and with the superintendent. During that meeting, and in his letter to me, there was harm done. We were told there was harm done in our community, and many, what Marie said is that many people within Sequoia's community contacted him. And that's why he was meeting with us. I'm going to be, because I was at an all-day conference today. I spent all day with foster youth, and I'll talk more about that in my closing comments after our meeting. So I'm going to take a stab at being vulnerable. And I don't know if it's courageous. The kids today talked about being vulnerable and courageous. So I'll say I'm going to be vulnerable. I want to say that I think all of us have had a lot of training on equity, on implicit bias, on white fragility, but it's going to be constant training for some of us. So for me, I did not notice that there were offensive questions that were being asked. So that is a sign that I need more training. I believe, again, that all board members are supportive of this holiday. And I believe that all board members come from a good place where we care about kids. And I believe in all of my colleagues that we care about all of our community members. But harm was done. So what Maurice asked us to do is repair the harm. And so that's not something for me to come up with. It's something for the board to come up with. My choice was not to actually have this conversation in this setting. I thought it would have worked better to do it at a retreat or a study session because we need lots of time. And if there's difficult conversations that need to be had, it's hard to do that in this type of setting. So I'm more of a fan of doing it. I like retreats, and I have been talking about spending time on communication. And I think we do need to understand each other better so that we know where people are coming from. We also need to have more training if mistakes are made. And I certainly have made my mistakes myself as a board member, as a community member. I think that as humans, we do make mistakes. But anyway, the purpose of this is for a board discussion of how we repair harm, or is it training that we need? I just got a note that we did not adopt the agenda. There's only one item on the agenda. There's 2 items on the. Am I out of order? Oh, you want to do, oh, well, we'll do Trace second, right? Sorry about that. I am coming from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock conference. So anyway, sorry if I'm out of order. So let's just continue. Are you guys
We
okay with
can
this?
have an approval
Right.
of the agenda.
So the purpose of this conversation is, my idea again was more training, more in-depth conversation at board retreat or board.
I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the agenda.
I second.
Thank you. Okay. So anyway, I turn it over to the board for what the board would like to do. Sure.
What did Maurice's recommendations were?
He didn't give us, he didn't really give us, he wanted us,
Guidelines as to what, for example,
he liked the idea of training.
who were the 2 board members who met with him?
So Trustee Ginn and myself as president and vice president.
So Trustee Jen, do you recall him wanting anything specific or something that you took away from it? I'm sorry, Trustee, can you hear me?
I can hear, yeah. He talked about a recommitment. And he talked about being more present in the community and listening, among many things. He had a long list of recommendations. I don't have all the notes. I took notes at the meeting. I don't have them with me. I'm not
Right, so a recommit.
in town right now, but those are some of the things. Dr. Williams was also there. She may have some recollections.
Okay, so recommitment, being present in the community and listening. Was there anything you heard that was there?
It's the recommitment, yes, being present in the community. And then also, perhaps coaching or professional development and some way that we can work together, as a team.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So I just want to kind of, I saw this on the agenda and was actually very curious as to why it's back on the agenda. And, after hearing President Dubois, it's all of our decision about how to repair harm. When I first came on the board almost 2 years ago now, I can't believe it. That was one of the things I talked about, that when we had our first session, Trustee Jen and we were trying to come up with our first goals. And I said, we're always working against our own history in Sequoia, meaning that I directly said, thinking about East Palo Alto and Bellhaven, which is in the Ravenswood School District area, and the closing of Ravenswood High School, the riots that happened here, the people who have not always felt seen and heard, and letters being sent of individuals of color and their allies outside the district. And so we're just always working against our own history. And I believe when we continue to build with good intent, but without naming what has happened, is really difficult, because basically you're just not acknowledging. I've been saying this for a while. It's kind of like having a graveyard, never putting a tomb on it and naming it, right? And I just think there's still a lot of hurt out there around this district. People are watching us very closely as leaders of this district, whether it's individual leadership or whether it's collective leadership, or whether it's the leadership of teachers in the classroom or whomever. And so I think when listening to this, there's so much going through my head, but when I think about the AVID training that I went to today, trying to learn more about our AVID program and how it was developed and the impact of it in our community. One of the things that they said was what you say and how you say matters to the students that they're trying to work with and push forward. And I would say the same for that as for adults. How we say it and what we say, it matters. And I do think, one, there needs to be an apology, right? I think when I think about an apology, it doesn't mean, it doesn't negate the intent, right? So sometimes our intent is good, but the impact is not good, right? And so I do think an apology is needed. And sometimes we need to apologize where we need to apologize at. So I want to say that, and we can discuss and agree or disagree upon that. But I do think, and I actually reached out to Trustee Jen, that I do believe people were hurt. And I don't think we all voted, but it's what we said, right? And how we say it. So it's not the actually outcome of the vote, but it's the process. The process matters. And I'm sorry that our community was hurt. That's never my personal intent. I can't speak for everyone else in the room or on the dais. But I appreciate your courage in bringing this forward and having it in a public session, because that shows vulnerability. It takes vulnerability to send an email, and it takes vulnerability to respond to it. So those are my words right now.
Chris?
So I'm also a little bit at a loss, because for the past 2 weeks, I've been literally on the opposite side of the world. So my body clock may be off some. So if I'm incoherent, and I may have missed something while I was gone. I don't think I saw, and want to ask whether the correspondence from Mr. Goodman was shared with the board. I think that would be helpful in asking us to respond without knowing what the request was. That makes it a little difficult. And
The email is basically a request for a meeting. Laura, would you be able to share that with everyone? Or
Sorry,
the letter from
repeat that?
Maurice, or I could forward it to Laura to send to everyone. But
or any more specificity on the
Yeah.
concerns that were expressed, I guess, at the meeting, if not in the letter.
is it okay for me to do that? Just forward the letter to Laura?
And not having seen that, the two thoughts I had about this were, one, it made me go back to our governance team goals. And you look at number 2 that says that the district recognizes that equity requires strategic and sustainable action. And when I think of sustainable action, I think that's also continuous action. So this is not something a resolution we pass and then go on with, but I think it's something we pay attention to on a regular basis. I think I agree with Carrie that the board could use some additional communication training, which she's talked about before. So we make sure we're very clear, especially on sensitive topics, what our message is. And the third sort of action item I wondered about was whether we might take the resolution, can't do it tonight, but add to the resolution our own goal as a whereas. Which makes it very, right now, there's one whereas that's specific to us in the district. If we add another whereas, which is just a restatement of that goal, I think it strengthens the resolution. We can go at it again and be clear about our support for it.
I like that idea. I like both the ideas.
So I think I'm very much coming from the same place as Trustee Thompson, without having a real sense of what harm we are discussing, what we're being asked to apologize for, what kind of action is looked for. I don't feel like I have a solid basis for having a conversation about what we would go ahead and do. I'm kind of left reviewing my perceptions of the discussion we had around this resolution in the last board meeting, and the fact that, yes, I indeed came out of that discussion concerned with the way the discussion had gone, and wondering whether I should have been more assertive in conversation on it, although we got to a unanimous support of the resolution. But without having some kind of really concrete feedback and understanding of the concerns that have been raised, it's like I feel like I'm left guessing about what is it that we're being called on to address. And
Is it possible you can read his email to us?
I could. Is that, would everybody,
Because
would,
it's
yeah, I have it pulled up. Is that okay with everyone? Is that the right thing to do? Pardon me? Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, it's as an observer of last week's Juneteenth discussion amongst your board, I'm writing to you to share with you that many leaders in our community are dismayed at the conversation that occurred. We went into the meeting believing that this was going to be an example of Sequoia Union High School District leading the way on issues of diversity and inclusion. Instead, we walked away feeling that there is still a level of discomfort by some on your board to truly act as allies and partners in the fight against deeply rooted institutional racism. Rather than having a conversation about lack of production or even concern about how long the district would honor the Juneteenth holiday, this should have been a unanimous moment for your board to simply recognize the importance of the moment and how it was intended to bring historically marginalized members of your community out of the shadows. Instead, since your vote, what has been clearly expressed to me by countless members of your community is that they feel less inclined to be vocal because it feels to them that the board is not truly unified when it comes to issues of race and equity in 2022. This is a sad statement. Given this issue and the various concerns shared with me by many within your district community, I am writing to schedule a meeting with you as president and your vice president, as it is evident there is much work we need to do together to help communities of color truly feel a part of the Sequoia Union High School District. Thank you for your consideration. Does that help?
One other thought, if Mr. Goodman was interested, I certainly would love to meet with him. To be open to the conversation, to be open to specific feedback and comments he has. And especially in ways that I can articulate my support, my absolute support for that resolution, the initiative, and most importantly, the equity work that this district is doing and needs to do.
So we do have a public comment. Is that okay? Can I break for public comment? Then I'll come back to the board. Southwick? Oh, and there's also a public comment on the Zoom audience, so I will call on the Zoom audience after we have our speaker from here.
Okay. Hi, my name is Southwick Nori. I'm a graduate of Menlo Atherton High School. SUHSD faces a problem that sadly is not unique to the district or even the state or country. For too long, our district has not properly served its Black or Brown students. One has to look no farther than the SUHSD's own dashboard to see how our Black students lag behind their white and Asian counterparts in metrics that, for all intents and purposes, we should ensure that we try to fix those. As a commissioner on the San Mateo County Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission, I see firsthand how the achievement gap manifests itself in the school to prison pipeline, where our Black and Brown students are heavily overrepresented in Hillcrest. Addressing this disparity should not mean bringing those at the top down or cutting back on our academic offerings, but we should all ask ourselves what more we can do each and every day to help support all our diverse students. I hope that the district can use this moment as a sign of unity to come together and acknowledge that closing the achievement gap should be our #1 priority. And I think the district truly can do more in this regard with our innovative solutions in order to try and, address this age-old problem of the achievement gap. I know this work is tough, but I know also that our district owes our Black students nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And we have Councilwoman Antonio Lopez as part of our Zoom audience. Thank you for attending, Antonio. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Antonio Lopez, proudly represent the city of East Palo Alto. I want to speak for a moment as a resident, lifelong resident, as a Latino man, as an ally, as the African-American community, as someone who was honored to study African-American history, both in school, from Langston Hughes' poems, all the way to majoring it at Duke University. We're talking about why the board, I see itself sort of puzzled as to why this was a moment where the African community, people of color, felt hurt. And I want to look no further than to Frederick Douglass's. I encourage you all to read what is the 4th of July to the slave. And really, we celebrate Independence Day, right? But Juneteenth marks that actual redemption of Independence Day. And for Black people in East Galveston, Texas, that was the last stronghold of a slave camp before everyone was truly free. And so to me, this seems to me to take a risk at what exactly happened, a moment of perhaps unconscious bias, right? We don't debate the other 17 holidays of why we should have them or not, right? The question was whether a day that symbolized the liberation of Black enslaved peoples in the United States, why we shouldn't take a day off, right? I think we should really think deeply as to why we question that holiday as opposed to other ones, right? Not 4th of July, not Christmas, not Thanksgiving, right? This is a day that celebrates in particular the struggles of African Americans. And, Trustee Stevenson spoke eloquently about how those struggles continue today from our grandparents, our parents, our experiences being from East Palo Alto, at East Menlo Park, and are in the district. And so I'm encouraged by Trustee Du Bois calling the meeting and the vulnerability exemplified by the board. I charge you all to continue to have the conversation. It's not a one and done. The work of racial equity is ongoing. And so fret not, the work will continue. But I think this to me was a moment of unconscious bias as to why we are nitpicking perhaps the hours of a day that is about celebrating the freedom unfulfilled thereby of African Americans and peoples of color in the United States. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I don't think I caught everything that he was saying. Shani, is there anything that you want to repeat and reinforce? Just I want to make sure,
Yeah.
sorry, our audio is not perfect.
I'm going to try to restate it. You get back on and tell me if I said it correctly. He talked about the history that he studied around African American history, and he encouraged us to read a book called The 4th of July of Slaves. I can't remember the author's name, but he talks about why that holiday was questioned. Is there some unconscious bias there? Not, we didn't question Christmas, we didn't question New Year's Eve, we didn't question President's Day, those kinds of things. And so, this is a real opportunity for us to kind of think about how questioning this holiday really impacted African Americans when it could have been an uplifting moment. And he also acknowledged you for being vulnerable and sharing this in a public session. I think it's very, he said his own thing, I'm not going to restate. So and he said, maybe there's some way that we can continue to acknowledge that. Antonio, please get back on and tell me if I stated what you said correctly.
Thank you, Shanice. So a couple of people, I had the advantage of being in an all-day conference today with some power hitters from the county. So that was very timely. And I had a couple of suggestions from community members. And one suggestion I like, I don't know if anybody else would like it, was in a retreat to do like a restorative circle on this, right? Because, not shame-based, practice what we preach. I like that. I don't know if everybody else is going to like it. So that was one suggestion.
I love I think we should do what it is we ask kids to do, which is do a restorative circle. I think that would be awesome. I wonder if from a staff perspective, because the questions, not to get on you, on Trustee Jen, I think he was just asking fiscal questions, but it was in a moment when there was a historical moment, so it didn't kind of feel good, right? And so there might have been employees who felt like, well, why wouldn't I want to celebrate that holiday? Or why should, I want to work, or I don't want to work, but I'm working a lot. Like, I could just imagine how some staff could have taken that in a different direction. So I wonder if, as a board, we write a letter to our staff saying, we apologize. We explain what we did, and we say, we apologize, and this is the steps that we're going to do.
Thank you for that. I like how you say we, right? Because we are a board.
We are.
Thank you.
board,
You
but
are
we
so,
also- we
yeah.
also have to be careful with our language.
Yep.
And it doesn't mean that we're not going to make mistakes, because that happens. I actually talked to a couple of students who said that, like, we understand mistakes are going to happen. It's how you come back to repair the relationship, right? And repair the hurt, the harm, because people understand forgiveness. Right. And you don't always have to go do reparations for everything, but you do have to be mindful with how we talk and how we talk about families. And I do think that's a level of communication, but I also think it's a level of commitment to be mindful with how we deliver our messages. I had questions about Juneteenth, because I was like, I'm new to the board, but I'm not going to ask those in ways that make people feel like I'm discounting the holiday, but I'm trying to understand the process and the content. So just being mindful, about how we do that. And I'm often thinking of trauma-informed language. I'm often thinking of person-centered language. And I wonder if we need a series of trainings, because I think our board is kind of sensitive to that. I think last time we had to do something in response to how we responded to a different situation, and we went through a training. It was difficult, right? Because it's like, what? I'm saying things the wrong way, or I'm offending someone. To me, it's not a one and done deal, that we actually probably need a series, not necessarily for the people out there and our staff, but because we're board members and we lead, and because we're leaders, we need to reflect what it is that we want for our students in our community. And my hope is that the training is a series of trainings, not only around communication, but the words that we use to describe our kids, to ask questions. So I want to put that, the restorative circle, apology to staff, in a
Mhm.
series of training.
And one of the things the superintendent recommended is, maybe hiring an equity coach and doing, she has really a great recommendation of somebody she knows, and to do this ongoing work, right? So I like that idea a lot, and I've told you several times. My husband thinks I've been trained enough. Not maybe on this subject, but because I go to too many trainings, but I really do love them. So, right. So
So Trustee Jim, I was wondering what you're thinking. We've heard from others about suggestions, but what are your suggestions?
I have no specific suggestions, and the things that you propose sound reasonable and fine to me.
thank you. So Chip, you want me to restate, or should I restate what we think we're gonna do? Correct me if I have this incorrectly. So I like Shanice's idea of a statement from the board, right? We can spend some time in the workshop if we need to talk more. Pardon me? I think she said staff could be.
Are we gonna vote on that? Are we gonna say, first we want to do a statement to the staff and community? Do we need to vote on that?
I think it was just with nods, we can do something like that.
I would say that I think for the purpose of the public to hear us, we need to say yes or no, like so that people
Okay.
can know that it's not one or three people kind of.
You mean like a roll call on each item,
Something.
or the whole plan
I think just
The
the
whole
whole
plan.
plan, 5-0, 2-0, whatever it is.
on the recommendations, which
Yeah,
would be
so each
a letter
recommendation.
to staff. Additional training at the retreat.
So so it's the letter to staff and community. It is the series of trainings. It's the Restorative Circle.
And an
the
equity coach.
So there were 4 actions.
Can I ask, I had suggested that we redo the resolution once again with full throat and add our own statement on equity.
Okay. So should we go through each one of them to make sure that we're all on the same page, all 5 of us, or the
What's-
number of us?
What does the board think?
To me, you can take them as a group.
Take them as a group?
Yeah.
Do we want to make sure, because I haven't heard Trustee Jen, or are we all on the same page about these?
Rich, do you want to take them individually or as a group?
I'm fine with whatever the board wants to do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so a roll call? Is
That's
best?
fine with me.
We have a motion.
I guess I need a motion in a second.
I think it's not an agendized action item. To my mind, it's fine to have consensus that you've heard from everybody,
'Cause
and
we-
we'll act on
Right.
that. So
So
Yeah.
we'll have a motion and a second, and then
I could have a motion in a second.
no, I was saying, I don't think that's necessary. We've seen head shakes on all of the items.
In agreement.
They-
Right?
All right.
I think we've
Agreement?
seen that. Yes.
All right, thank you. All right. Anything else on this topic?
So everybody's
ju-
in agreement.
this is just a reminder of the time. So it's 5 o'clock. We have one more item before we start the regular meeting and adjourn to closed session.
So you asked a time check that it's 5:04, and we just have one other item, which should be really quick. So,
For this special meeting, yes.
okay. All right, so we're going to move on to my out of order agenda. So we will go back to the first item, which is 6.1, approval of a contract with Asbestos Management Group of California for the Trace Classroom D because of mold mitigation. You want us just to go ahead?
Move approval of the contract.
Pardon me?
He moved approval. I will
Okay,
second.
thank you. And a second?
Yes.
All in favor?
Yes.
That was quick.
Thank you.
That is approved. So we don't need the board is now, this is a bit of a confusing meeting. We are going to go into closed session.
Actually,
close-
Carrie,
close this meeting. We're going to go into closed session for the next,
Trustee Jen say something?
oh, sorry.
yeah, I think we need to close the first meeting, open the second meeting, take comment
Oh,
on
I
closed
got
session
it.
items for the second meeting, and then adjourn to close.
Got it. Got it. All right. So we have a motion to close this meeting.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
And a second.
Second.
Okay. This meeting is adjourned. And now I'm reopening for public comment before the board goes into closed session for the next hour. Are there any public comments?
I received no public comment cards.
Okay. And I don't see anybody. So we will be reconvening at 6 o'clock for our regular board meeting.
Hemos de empezar en 2 minutos.
I think we're live.
Creo que estamos en vivo. mas sin
Okay,
embargo,
welcome
todavía no
everybody.
tengo la
I'm going
señal.
to call
Se le da la bienvenida a
Order.
todos, pero vamos a llamar la reunión ahora.
Okay. So before we start, a couple of announcements. If you would like to make public comment, and you're part of our live audience, we have comment cards over where the food and water is located. And there were a couple of opportunities throughout the meeting to make public comments. There's a portion for items not on the agenda. And there will also be an opportunity to make public comment throughout the agenda. We do have translation tonight.
Good evening. For anyone who may need translation support, please push the button at the bottom of the screen called Interpretation. Thank you. Buenas noches. Para cualquier persona que necesita asistencia de traducción, presione el botón en la parte inferior de la pantalla llamado Interpretación. Gracias.
Thank you. And then for people who are part of the Zoom audience, if you would like to make public comment, you would just raise your Zoom hand and I will call you when we're doing public comment. Stop my video. And with that, I should also mention that our colleague Rich Ginn is on vacation, but he is here on Zoom. He's part of the meeting. So with that, a roll call, please.
Student trustee Swaminathan. Student trustee Rodriguez Velasquez.
Present.
Trustee Thompson.
Here.
Trustee Stevenson.
Here.
Trustee Sarver.
Here.
Vice President Ginn.
Here.
President Dubois.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you for that. Next item, we're on item 5, approval of the agenda.
I move approval.
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The agenda is approved. Thank you for that. I do have one report out from closed session. By a vote of 5 board members in favor and 0 against, the Board of Trustees approved the settlement agreement for case number 2021-2022-14. And the names will appear in the official minutes. And that is the only item to report out on closed session. Our next item is our consent agenda. For those of you that are new to watching our meetings, many of our items, our housekeeping items are put sort of on one slate and we approve that in one motion. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? No? So can I have a motion, please?
I would like to move that we waive the reading of the consent agenda, accept the reports, adopt the resolutions, and approve the other items.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And roll call.
Student trustee Swaminathan.
Here.
That's a yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Student trustee Rodriguez Velasquez,
Yes.
trustee Thompson,
Yes.
trustee Stevenson,
Yeah.
trustee Sarver,
Yes.
trustee Vice President Ginn,
Yes.
President Dubois.
Yes.
Motion passed.
And next item is the most fun part of the agenda, special recognition. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam President, and to trustees and to our families. This is the favorite part of the agenda, one of the most important parts of the agenda. And that is our opportunity to recognize the excellence within our community and also among our students and staff members. So this evening, we're going to start off with recognizing two exceptional people in our district. We know that we always strive to support our employees and that we want to show them and extend our appreciation for all the hard work and dedication that they have to Sequoia Union High School District. And they go over and beyond just to make sure that we have systems in place to support our students. And so 2 of our honorees this evening are with the Transportation Division. And so one is here present and the other will receive her recognition at a later date. So here we go. We know that transportation is an important division in our school district. So for the past 27 years, at 5:00 a.m., you can find this person opening up our transportation facility. It is her energy, communication style, and organizational skills that keep her at top performance at all times. She knows the students and bus routes without having to research them. She's able to combine routes together when we are short of drivers to ensure that all students get to their destination, which is really important in a timely fashion. When she needs to drive, she does it with no hesitation and complaints. She is one who steps in and fills in. Sandy is a key part of keeping our department running smoothly. She is a great team player that creates a nice atmosphere, and we are extremely thankful for her presence, not only in the transportation department, but most importantly, as our family member in Sequoia Union High School District. So please, everyone, join me as we acknowledge Irene Sandy Wagerman. Yay. What are we doing? What are we doing? Come on. Come in the middle, come in the middle. All right. She thought she was gonna hide from us. No, turn around, we're not done. Yeah. And this is your day. And then in addition, we have a person who's at 5 a.m., but guess what? We have our other team member at 5:30 p.m. who is responsible for closing the transportation facility. Her day goes beyond 5:30 p.m. And again, it is her energy, her communication, and her organizational skills that keep her above all in terms of performance, along with Irene. She is very sad, Sandy. I know your name is Irene, Sandy Irene. She is very strong and stays calm and steady when things get rough. She is extremely organized, communicates well with schools, parents, and staff. When folk call and say there's an issue with transportation, never fret because she's there. She uses her finely honed skills in computer technology to keep field trips running smoothly, as well as creating charts and documents to stay on top of all issues related to transportation and kids. Miss Latanya Graves has been driving and dispatching for the last 25 years for Sequoia Union High School District. All right. She knows all the bus routes and students very well. And this is very, very, very important, and helps drivers with directions in real time if they are unsure as to where to go. So our bus drivers never get lost. And LaTanya is willing to help out anytime our transportation department is in need. And for that, we are extremely grateful to have her presence again, not only in our transportation department, but within Sequoia Union High School District. So please, together, let's acknowledge Miss LaTanya Graves as well, who's not here. You can still stand. And then also in the transportation end, we see that lots of things are happening. And so this one thing for us to have our staff members making sure that our students arrive safely to and from school. And what we also want when we speak about our students is for them to have a variety of opportunities to grow and pathways for them to become college and career ready. And so it is my honor this evening to bring forth Mr. Torres from the Meta Academy, formerly known as Facebook Academy, along with our special honorees today. Trustee Stevenson and myself last week had the honor of attending the graduation ceremony for 25 students who completed a 6-week summer career exploration program hosted by Meta's headquarters in Menlo Park, California. It started at the end of June and it continued through the month of July. What is very unique about this program is that 25 local high school students participated in this academy where they gained professional development skills, networking skills, and insight into careers in the tech industry. In partnership with Mission Bit, a nonprofit organization based in San Francisco, the students learned intro to virtual reality and created virtual reality video games in terms of using Unity Quest headsets. The students also learned how to use art and to amplify their voices on issues they care about through weekly open art workshops created with wonderful signs with impactful messages on social justice. The students also participated in creative department workshops focused on shining light to creative jobs that exist at Meta, such as videography, graphic designs, photography, sound, etc. We are always excited when we have the chance for our students to participate with community and within community and learning skills that can take them through school and beyond. And so with that, not only will we honor Mr. Torres because he is the one who provided mentorship, the idea as well with a group of folk, but also he's the one who does the outreach for our students and works with our school site in terms of recruitment and to make sure that every student has what they need. We have before you not only Mr. Torres, but also our wonderful students who will introduce themselves, who represent Sequoia Union High School District, who were bold enough, brave enough, creative enough, and brilliant enough to complete the academy and its 6-week summer program. And so it is my pleasure to first recognize the parents who are in the room. Please stand. Parents. We thank you for entrusting your students with us and then also with great partnerships and programs. I remember you all from the graduation. And then we have also our family, the siblings. We have our 2 beautiful babies there. And we just look forward to them coming and advancing to Sequoia Union High School District one day. Okay, here we go. So presentation of certificates. And here we go. Oh, Kimberly Chavez. The Sequoia Union High School District Board of Trustees and your superintendent proudly recognizes Kimberly Chavez for completion of the 2022 Meta Summer Academy representing the Sequoia Union High School District. Congratulations. Sequoia High School students. All right. We also have Antonio Campbell Rodriguez, certificate of recognition, the Sequoia Union High School District School Board of Trustee and Superintendent. Proudly recognizes you as well for your completion of the 2022 Meta Summer Academy representing the Sequoia Union High School District. And you are from Claremont. Right. Abigail. Certificate of recognition, again, the Sequoia Union High School District Board of Trustees proudly recognizes Abigail Renee for completion of the 2022 Meta Summer Academy representing the Sequoia Union High School District. Congratulations. And before we, yeah, we're doing. Mike over there.
Good evening, everybody, trustees. It's assistant superintendents. It's very different to see you in this light. I usually see you at events or in meetings. So first off, on behalf of Meta, we're really honored with this recognition tonight. For those of you who don't know, Meta Summer Academy, originally Facebook Academy, started in 2012. For the ones that have been a part of this district for a long time, Susan Gonzalez, Aaron were the ones that started this program. And so this has been a program that has been a labor of love for a small department in a very large company. And what I'd like to say is that this academy is a diamond in the rough. With all the stuff you hear about our company, this is the program that sheds a very bright, positive light because it's focused on the community and the community that surrounds us. So talking about East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, North Fair Oaks, Redwood City. So I've been now in charge of this program now for almost 7 years now. It has been an absolute honor for me to be a part of this. And thank you so much for this recognition. Thank you to the students for taking on the challenge because it's not easy coming and learning a brand new skill, especially coming to a brand new company, not knowing what's going on and really embracing the idea of talking to adults is okay. The networking idea is going to help you like really try to hone in on that skill. And so again, thank you so much for this honor. Dr. Williams, you invited me to your event, the community event where you brought all these partners together about talking about collaboration. This program wouldn't be without the collaboration that we have within the school district. So all of the teachers who recommended these students, the nonprofit partners that work with your schools, this is a good example of what you're hoping for the district in terms of building collaboration within it, within the community. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
But here we go. Sandy Wagner. Really nice. The certificate of recognition, Sequoia Union High School District Board of Trustees proudly recognizes Sandy Wagnerman for your dedication, outstanding communication, and contributions to student excellence across the Sequoia Union High School District. Thank you very much. Would you like to?
I'm not used to this and but thank you so much. I'm shocked that we have this, but I think me and Tanya as a team work good. And I always say, I love my job. I come to work early, and I always say I'm playing Tetris. I have to put things together. That's how I see my work. They always ask me that. I go, I think I got to go play Tetris today because I got to put the routes together, the drivers out, and it's crazy, but I think it keeps me, my mind sharp. But I love it, and I think that I can't really realize when Darrell talked to me today, like, wow, I'm here that long. It doesn't seem like it, but I love my job. I love my staff. I love, everybody I work for. I love the kids. And you see kids outside of here and they remember you. And that's a great feeling. So I do enjoy what I do. And this is a great, everything that this district does. And then people always compliment us on it. So thank you so much for everything. And I will still keep doing my job. Because me and Tanya are a team. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now just for those of you that would like to leave, you can leave. You're welcome to stay for our entire meeting that will probably go to 11. You're welcome to stay. My colleagues are saying, no, but you're also welcome to leave, whatever you're comfortable doing. Thank you so much. Okay, we are now on item 9 of our agenda. Student trustee comments. Our 2 new trustees are here in the room and we're so excited to have you. If you want to make comments, you can. You can always pass, but feel free to use this time however you wish.
Yeah, sounds good. We have prepared some notes. Should I stand or sit? Oh.
Can you guys also remind us what schools you attend? Because I can't remember.
My name is Avantika Swaminathan, and I'm from Carlmont. You want to introduce myself? My name is Samantha Rodriguez Velasquez, and my home school is Carlmont High School, but I attend Kenyatta Middle College. So these past 2.5 years have caused students to be hyper aware of their environment on a domestic and global scale. And this has led to, I think, a heightened mental toll. So this term, our focus remains on helping students cultivate a social consciousness and mechanisms for mental well-being. So students are wellness. So students are better equipped to achieve college and career success. Yeah, and the initiatives that we have discussed, a couple initiatives we'd like to see forward. So we are also very interested in curriculum supplementals to create a more culturally conscious education. This may help advance the levels of critical thinking and analysis required for real-world experience. So broadening the student view in not only history classes, but students' overall education. So as I mentioned before, my name is Avantika, and as an Indian American student who took world studies freshman year, I noticed that our very short India unit was taught from somewhat of a Eurocentric standpoint. And what I mean by this is that when we were talking about India, we would highlight British rule specifically, and even did an assignment about the pros and cons of colonization. So this became a jumping off point to begin thinking about how this curriculum can be further supported, not necessarily to take away or change it, but just to fill in those gaps. And we want to create a balance between talking about like colonialism and helping students recognize, I'll be specific in saying India, India's historical impact in the global space. And Sam and I have we would like to see supplemental material be created or developed to for teachers to teach about the advancements that come from the non-Western world, so students have a broadened worldview as a result. Yeah. Continuing on here a little bit, we also aim to support students' mental health, like Avantika already mentioned, and we also really want to spread awareness about their opportunities. kind of a little challenge that we discovered here is that a lot of students don't know about their opportunities. They don't know that they have representatives, and we really just want to make them aware so that way they can work towards their goals and address the issues that they believe are important. And we want to really work as an extension of their voice, just as this position describes. And yeah, so as a student of middle college, I kind of also noticed that I guess my peers and even younger, which I mean, it also counts, but they don't have a comprehensive knowledge about college and career readiness. The whole point of the middle college program is essentially that, whether you choose to transfer or not. And so I think that it would be great if we could also integrate a little bit more on that. And this being our first meeting, we have a lot of information, but again, we just hope to be an extension of their voice and really focus on emphasizing the practices of this district through their perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very important comments. We appreciate it. Okay, we are now on item 10 of the agenda, comments from the Sequoia District Teachers Association.
Hello, I just want to welcome everyone back for the new school year, and also, set any student minds at ease because we still have 2 full weeks till the students come back on campus. We're enjoying a nice long break, and hopefully it's been restorative to everyone. I noticed many of the trustees and both of the student trustees with their masks on in the meeting, which reminds me that we are hoping the district is going to remind all community members, families, and employees what our COVID protocols are for the year, what the expectations are, and make that 100% clear before the first day of work and the first day of school. And similarly, following on the themes of the student trustees mentioning mental health supports, we've had recommendations from some of our members that it would be very helpful for employees and for students if we could raise the visibility of our mental health supports that are available on our website so that students and staff know exactly where to go and they don't have to peel through the many layers of the websites to find that information. So I wanted to lend our support to that as well. We're looking forward to getting back in the classroom, and I'll see you all soon.
Thank you. Next up are comments from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. Don't think anyone is here. Okay. And now we are on item 11 of the agenda. This is public comment for items not on the agenda. I don't think I have any cards.
I've received no cards.
Thank you. And there are some comments from our Zoom audience. Let's start with Abby Corman.
Hi there, my name is Abby Corman. Welcome back to the 22-23 school year. I'm a teacher at Menlo Atherton. I'm going to echo what I heard our union president say a little bit earlier. That's what my public comment's about, because I'm surprised it's public comment. I'm surprised there aren't any COVID updates on the board agenda tonight. I had hoped to hear from our district COVID program manager. I'm left wondering about the plan for the return to school while there is yet again another wave of COVID and what the numbers are in our community. I myself tested positive for 12 days this summer. While I understand our policies probably are not changing since the end of last school year, was that March or May? A bilingual infographic with the district policy, testing, notification necessary seems prudent. I understand we also even have COVID tests to distribute to students, but I wonder if it makes sense for a concerted and cohesive district effort to be made to send home COVID rapid tests before school starts so that students don't have to come onto campus to then find out if they were symptomatic or not. Just hoping, as it seems like, unfortunately, this is the reality we are living in, we can learn some lessons over these extended breaks, and we can move forward in a thoughtful and proactive way for the health of all of our community. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Abby, for your comments. Next speaker, Johanna Rasmussen of the Juvenile Justice Commission. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And while I am a commissioner on the Juvenile Justice Commission, I'm speaking tonight as a parent and a resident of the district. I came tonight to speak about the murder that occurred in East Palo Alto on June 13th, involving 3 students of East Palo Alto Academy. Many community members believe that the murder of this 15-year-old student was preventable, and the district could have and should have done more to intervene. I attended the funeral of this young man, and there were hundreds of students, Sequoia Union High School District students there that day, students who were in need of comfort and support. And the community is grateful for Trustee Rich Jin for standing with the students and community and being present with them at the funeral. It was greatly appreciated. Sadly, outside of Trustee Jin's presence at the funeral, the district has remained silent on this tragedy. And the community is asking the district to acknowledge that this tragedy has occurred and to make mental health professionals and counselors available to students when they return to East Palo Alto Academy in just 3 weeks. We are also asking for the district to conduct a formal review of the circumstances that led up to this tragedy. We must ensure that something like this never happens again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. So I don't see any other comments at this time. So we will now move on to item 12 on the agenda, our first information item on hatching results.
Good evening, President Dubois, Vice President Ginn, members of the board, trustees, our new student trustees, Avantika and Samantha, welcome, and Superintendent Williams. I'm here this evening with some really great news to present with hatching results on all the work that was done in the past year with our counselors and all the work that's going to be done in the coming year. And I just want to even, as I'm introducing our presenters, we have Whitney Triplett and Josh Godinez here from Hatching Results, along with Laura Sandora, who is a counselor at Tide and has been at our other comprehensive schools as well. And they are going to be speaking this evening about the work that they've done together. But even before they speak about the work that's done and the heavy lifting that's been done and that's going to be done, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to them, to Whitney and to Josh, who as our facilitators coming in from Hatching Results have really been able to get all of our counseling team moving in one direction, really put a why behind the work that they're doing, put students at the heart of everything in order to make our Tier 1 foundation more solid for students across our district. And I want to say that our counseling team, so thank you to Laura and her team as well, have just really come together under the guidance of Whitney and under the guidance of Josh to do what's best for students, to put a program and a plan into place that's really going to support students over a 4-year rollout of lessons. And so I don't want to spoil their whole presentation. So with that, if we can put the PowerPoint up from that presentation. And with that, I will introduce our 3 speakers who are on Zoom this evening. Laura, who is joining us from her vacation in Hawaii. I don't know if she wanted me to say that, but I've been so jealous of her background in all of our planning meetings, and it's a real background. And Whitney Triplett and Josh Godinez.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction, Dr. Chacon. It's been a pleasure working with your team over the past 18 months or so. Thank you, everyone, and good evening. We appreciate this opportunity to provide you with an update on this super exciting project related to comprehensive school counseling programs in Sequoia Union High School District. My name is Whitney Triplett, and I'm the Executive Director of Hatching Results, which is an organization focused on promoting the use of data in comprehensive school counseling programs so that counselors can measure the impact that they're having on student outcomes. On the next slide, you'll see some of our credentials there, both myself and Josh. I'm a national expert, speaker, and author in the field of school counseling and had the privilege to serve students as a school counselor myself, as well as a district leader supporting over 850 college and career coaches and school counselors in Chicago Public Schools. And with me, I have the amazing Josh Godinez, who works for us as a professional learning specialist, but that's just his side hustle because his full-time job is as a high school counselor in Corona Norco. And he's importantly the past chair of the California Association of School Counselors, which is the largest state association for school counselors in the nation by far. And he was the 2019 California School Counselor of the Year and sits on multiple California Department of Education committees. And just today, he was on a panel with Tony Thurmond launching 988, which is the mental health crisis hotline. If you've not heard about that, definitely check it out. So excited to be here with you this evening. On the next slide, you'll see a little bit about our organization, and we do provide professional learning, but that's a sliver of what we do. We partner with school districts, counties, regions, and states, as well as associations and organizations to promote transformational change in school counselor practice. We want them to learn the attitudes, knowledge, and skills necessary to support the changing needs of our kids, but we want their practice to change as a result of that learning so that measurable student outcomes are at the core of all of their comprehensive school counseling programs. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Josh Godinez.
Thank you. And on the next slide, you'll see Dr. Trish Hatch gives us a quote, and she is our wonderful founder. Without your support, school counselors will strive but not thrive. And coming into this, we have a wonderful team with Dr. Chacon, Jarrett, and Shayna down at the district office who make sure that as we do this very important work in realigning what it is that a school counselor does for Sequoia Union, we're making sure to take into account all of the district priorities and initiatives that are important to the community and to the schools themselves. And on the next slide, it gives you a little glimpse of how much time has gone into this. And you can see that we don't just meet for professional developments. In between those professional developments, there are action periods. And the action periods consist of each of the teams going back to their respective schools and working on pieces of that professional development so that when we get back together, we maybe have tried a new lesson or we've had a discussion that then enriches what we are doing as a district in Sequoia Union. On the next slide, it gives you a little bit about what the work that we are doing centers around. Prior to 1994, we know that guidance counseling existed throughout the nation, and guidance counselors very much did academic review and help students with college and career. But since 1994, and especially with the introduction of the Ask a National model in 2003, we've added a third domain, and we would even argue that a fourth domain has grown out of that third domain past COVID, because what we know is that we've done mental health for many decades now. And what I think the rest of the educational world has realized is how important your school counselors are to be in that first line of defense for that short-term triaging that happens on a day-to-day basis to make sure that students are taken care of. Because when we think social, emotional, and mental health, we know that that goes hand in hand with academic achievement and post-secondary outlooks. And you can see there the three domains that we do work in today. So we support student academic success. We look at metrics around attendance and engagement and academic achievement. When we're talking post-secondary, We have a common belief in school counseling that it's not about what we think students should do. It's about what students tell us that they want to do. And we want to make sure that we're up to date on best practices so that we can give students all of the avenues that they can take in order to reach their post-secondary goals. And then you see social emotional integrated with those, where we teach things like self-awareness and self-management, responsible decision-making. And this all gets done in classroom lessons, small groups, and intensive services if we need to do it. And a lot of our work this year has focused around Tier 1. So to talk more about the work that we've been doing, I'm going to turn it back over to Whitney.
Thanks, Josh. So what we've been working on this year, generally in our partnerships that are multi-year, 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 years, year one is generally tier 1. So tier 1 is what all students deserve to receive and learn and engage in by virtue of breathing in the building. And so we've been working to develop a district-wide comprehensive school counseling program delivered in all Sequoia Union High School District schools that are aligned to district goals. Like, we're actually looking at your strategic plan. We're looking at the goals that the district is focusing on, and we're aligning and trying to figure out how can the school counseling program support these goals in a role appropriate way. We want their programs to be student-centered and data-informed as well as evidence-based, because there's so much research out there around what works for our kids. And then developmental and preventative, so that there isn't really as much of a need for tier 2 and tier 3 support, because we were able to provide that preventative education. And then standards and competency-based. Counselors have student standards just like teachers do. We want them providing intentional role-appropriate tiered supports to students and families within a multi-tiered system of support. So several, part of our textbook series, part of which your counselors have access to, is around multi-tiered systems of support and how they can align their programs and support the school-wide and district-wide MTSS. And then lastly, we really want that tier 1 program to be promoting student learning through innovative, high quality school counseling tier 1 instruction. Many counselors haven't received training or pre-service program training around how to teach in the classroom in a way that students learn. A lot of times they go in and they fire hose kids with lots of really good information, but then students may or may not learn that information. And so we're teaching a wide variety of teaching and learning skills to school counselors as well. And our co-constructed deliverable this year as a tier 1 scope and sequence. It's the very beginnings of it. We're taking a couple of years to build this out and pilot this coming year. But this will include 2 lessons per grade level to be delivered by school counselors in classrooms with administrator support to all kids in the district, which is really exciting work. On the next slide, you'll see a kind of cross section of what some of these lesson topics include. I do want to mention this is not the full scope. This is not a scope and sequence. These are just some of the lesson topics. But counselors had to make really difficult decisions because they only have 90 minutes this upcoming year with students to deliver these lessons. And so they had to make hard decisions around which ones to pick and choose. And so they decided to use an infusion model where they're going to hit academic, social, emotional, and college and career in each lesson. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Laura, and she's going to tell you a little bit more about this process.
Yes, thank you so much. I think the most important thing to point out about this process is that it's provided our team the time and space to collaborate on what is something that we all feel very, very strongly about. But we've had so much good happening in little pockets all over the district. And this is an opportunity to sort of step back and take a look at all of that and bring it all together. So yes, this is not the scope and sequence. This is our pilot of 2 aligned district-wide lessons per grade level for the coming year. Ideally, we're aiming for 1 fall, 1 spring, and it took some negotiation to come up with a set of topics that we all felt like we could agree on not only the content of, but the time of delivery for. So this is our first attempt at that. And then we plan to be adding in more lessons as we progress with hatching results in this work. And I will hand it back to Whitney.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. And she, by the way, she's been so instrumental, and her grassroots leadership has been just fabulous during this process, and just want to give her props. So before we wrap up here in our presentation, we wanted to give you a sampling of some of the related student outcome metrics that eventually we're hoping to see changes in as a result of some of our work together. And I want to mention too that it's not just going to be the Tier 1 curriculum. Obviously, we're working with counselors around how they provide Tier 2 supports to students and families, as well as those wraparound Tier 3 supports. So these are just some of the things here that we are looking at this year, and counselors help build this list out. So definitely school belonging and the mental health needs of our students have to be addressed. A through G enrollment, and part of our approach to this is A through G opens opportunities for kiddos. And so we want as many A through G eligible graduates as possible, because that provides them and equips them with multiple opportunities. And we say frequently that school counselors are opportunity brokers for kids. They help create opportunity where none may exist or a little bit exists. And so that's the mindset that many of your counselors, all of them, really embody already. You'll see CTE pathway enrollment, incredibly important in thinking about multiple post-secondary pathways for students. We know with our current world, we need our graduates to have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. So we really want to think about those multiple pathways, CCI preparedness, and financial aid as well. So with the next slide, we wanted to throw that back to you all and just say, are there any questions that you might have that we can answer?
And before we jump into that, I just want to say, I know that was presented so beautifully and so humbly, but just the amount of heavy lifting about getting all of our counselors and site administrators across sites to agree to make time in their schedules for counselors to present these 2 lessons per the grade level this school year in the classrooms. It's a first time and it's an exciting time, and it's really going to make our Tier 1 robust. And the amount of hours that have gone into even counselors meeting together this summer in order to come up with the plan and the rollout and the lesson planning itself has been a big deal. So again, thank you to Josh and Whitney and Laura.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to go first. I usually go last, or I don't go at all because everything's been said, but I have to go first because this is one of the initiatives that excites me so much. And the way I remember this happening, the idea came from our counselors, and then the idea was supported by the cabinet and the superintendent, and supported by the board. This wasn't cheap, but every single student in our district is touched by a counselor, and critical conversations happen with our counselors. And they're also the first line of defense for mental health issues. So I want to praise everybody for allowing this professional development driven by our professionals to happen. So thank you. Shanice?
I do have a question. Can you go back to the screen right before this? It talks about the level of the different subjects, I guess, or lessons. The chart, there it is. I was wondering, I know that, it's probably too much to put in there, but gonna ask anyhow. There is this piece around academic preparedness, around social and emotional learning. As kids transition to the high school, what we're hearing on the other end, at least what I'm hearing from my friends who are professors, are saying sometimes kids aren't emotionally ready, especially coming out of the pandemic. And so particularly around decision-making, around some of the other social factors at school, how does that translate into what you're doing here? Because that's actually across kids. That's, it's not one specific population of kids versus another.
Absolutely. I appreciate you asking that question, because we are in the midst of a mental health crisis nationwide that's touching every district across the nation as a result of the last couple of years in the context of what's happening in our world. And school counselors are an integral piece of the puzzle in addressing those needs in a variety of ways. And so we had some really intentional discussions about how to focus on supporting students' mental health needs as well as their academic and college and career needs. We've seen during the pandemic and afterwards graduation rates and college enrollment rates, CTE rates, kind of go in the opposite direction of what we would want to see happen as a result of underlying social emotional mental health issues. And so debating back and forth with the school counselors themselves, there were advocates for how can we make sure that we are addressing this in all the ways that are right and appropriate. And so they decided to infuse that into all of their lessons. And so there are icebreakers and activities and thoughtfulness and discussion and those kinds of things that are from a mental health, social emotional perspective as we talk about course selection, as we talk about pathway planning, as we talk about CTE and college enrollment, because all of those domains are aligned and infused together. And so this, again, I wish we had 2 hours to talk about all the things that we were able to accomplish this year, because it's also school-wide programs and activities, and the way that counselors collaborate with all of the partners in their school communities, and teachers are integral in ensuring social emotional learning. Is the approach is in the classroom. Administrators are embodying that as well. And so counselors are the heart of the school, I think, personally, in many, many ways, because they do have their hands in all of these types of things. So let me pause there and see if that answers the question. If not, I'm happy to elaborate.
So it sounds like some of the social skills, some of the social emotional learning skills. I'm particularly thinking about the low grade of anxiety that some of the kids are coming through, and even trying to pick a college or figure out a career. But even as they transition out, that big, how do you manage your transition? How do you have emotional regulation? Particularly friendships are changing, all those kinds of things. Drugs and alcohol and marijuana becomes, more prevalent in our later high school years. And so just, I like that we're talking about the subjects that are on here. And I know I wish I had more time just to kind of visualize what that looks like, how we're talking about those things, maybe not a whole subject, but how is it integrated and connected? The other piece that I wonder is around connection of resources. I hear our student trustees talk a lot about mental health, and I know that is a really umbrella for many, many different things. So I'm not quite sure what is our definition in the process of this. Is it wellness, or is it actual like kids who are dealing with depression and schizophrenia and all that kind of stuff? I like where do we lie in that?
And I think I can respond to that one just in the sense of the context of the work that has been done in year one. As Whitney said, year one is about tier one, and that means it touches all students across the board. And that's why these are lessons, and this is a plan that is going to reach every student. For emotional needs that may reach beyond tier one, we as a district and sites do have tier 2 and tier 3 supports, but this presentation and the focus of the counselors this year has been all tier 1.
Wellness is discussed as part of as a preventative method.
Exactly. Yes. Mhm.
Thank you. Alan?
I think my comments also are on the same chart that's up. And I have shared some email with Dr. Chacon about this. And I think having heard the talk about this is not, to be looked at as, a scope and sequence document, but that it is an outline of the first shot at getting this more universally run out. The one thing that kind of jumped at me was the 3 mentions in the 10th grade of the career interest profiler, the career pathways, and selecting courses that align with career pathway interests. And what kind of strikes me is that across the district, for the most part, the career pathways that we have are organized as 3-year programs, where students would be doing a lot of this research and preparation during their 9th grade year to be ready to jump on the train as it leaves the station at the start of 10th grade. So I would hope that as we kind of move forward in this, we'll kind of keep that in mind and look at, should some of that migrate forward into 9th grade. And for me on the college and career side of the whole equation here. The career pathways that we have, the CTE programs that we have are some of the greatest academic tier 1 opportunities that we have to really strengthen student engagement, to bring students to their passion, and also to bring them into small learning communities where a small committed group of like-minded peers and focused faculty members really are bringing that environment for success and the right supports there for the students. So I hope both that we will be continuing to amplify out our CTE offerings as part of the path forward in MTSS, as well as just core academics, and that we are prepping students earlier and earlier to really leverage onto that. And I even hope that down the line, we're able to be partnering more and more effectively with our K-8 partner districts and have a lot of career awareness that is specific to the pathways our district is offering that they will be encountering in middle school and maybe even earlier. So they're kind of coming to our district thinking about career pathway opportunities and what they're looking for, and ready to engage with the strength of the district to bring them to their academic passions.
Yes,
Everything
thank you.
that you
And I can hear Bonnie nodding behind me vigorously, and I was nodding as well. I know that's a large part of our LCAP. And while, this plan was outlined this summer by counselors based on where we are currently, like you said, it doesn't mean that in the future, some of this may shift. Lessons may move to different grade levels, depending on, where we go with LCAP and with CTE. And yes, again, like you said, long range, we do hope to loop in some sort of 8th grade transition. This is our first shot at getting counselors to do lessons in school, and here we are, but it's certainly not, it's still a living, breathing process.
we are still philosophically on par with everything you just said. Great feedback. And I definitely want to bring that back to the district school counselors as well. Thank you for that input.
Chris?
Just one question for you. The grid we're looking at shows an awful lot of work and covers a lot of territory and important questions for students to cover. In terms of expectation management, I know our counselor hours are scarce. And so could you give me some sense of how much time we're actually able to devote to students on this work?
Laura, do you want to jump in on that one? She's our counselor.
Is the question about the development of it or the implementation of it, or both?
Implementation.
The implementation. So the where we're hoping to get is a place where most of our time is in tier 1. We are not there. We are in a place where most of our time is really in a school council role in tier 2. And when we talk about folks with PPS credentials and other similar roles, our mental health support specialists, intervention counselors, they're working a lot in tier 3 as well. And so the goal is to shift so the focus of our work, particularly those of us who wear the school counselor hats, to tier 1, thus allowing for more time to do this, which is why we're starting with these 2 per grade level. And ideally, we move to a point where we have 3, 4 per grade level, and that is the bulk of our time is in tier 1. So that's the goal. We're not there.
3 what per tier level?
Lessons,
Per
lessons. Yeah.
It actually was focused purely on tier 1 work and the amount of time we're actually able to spend with students.
Yes, and so right now what Laura's conveying is that some of the counseling hours are going into tier 2 and tier 3 as the district has more resources now for tier 2 and tier 3. So we really want to use our counselors to make, what can be a little bit, I think, I talked with Trustee Stevenson about this one day, spongy in tier 1 is we want that solid. And so we want to have our counselors working in tier 1 so that the tier 2 and tier 3 can go to the mental health support specialists, can go to the contracts that we have. And so it's rather than, hire more, we're reallocating and we're shifting resources and really saying, counselors, let's teach these lessons, because if we can touch all of our students every student has this information as a right to just being in our schools, that will prevent some of the movement that we have into tier 2 and tier 3 because they have these skills and this knowledge.
So I understand that as a goal. When you reach the goal of maximizing hours in tier 1, what does that look like for a student?
Oh, for a student, the amount of lessons that they have from counselors.
Yeah, how much time would a student have to work on these things with a counselor?
Laura, do you want to address that one?
I don't think that we know what that's going to look like because that's an evolving process. So there's the piece of us developing really content curriculum from scratch in most of these areas, and there's the getting into an agreement with all of the different other moving parts to have us have the time on the sites in order to teach these lessons. So there's both a content piece and a time piece that are sort of big unknowns. There is no boxed curriculum for counseling. So we are writing everything from scratch, and we are navigating all of the different school sites in terms of finding the best way to have time to allocated for counselors to teach, basically. So and that looks very different on our different campuses. I'm currently at Tide, where there's an advisory period. I spent many years at MA where there is not. So it looks very different depending on the school site.
Thank you. And Ms. Hanson's gonna speak to this one as well.
It's Bonnie. Ms. Hanson's my mother-in-law. Sorry. So the principals were really excited that this work was happening, and just the idea that students across the district would be getting the same information. And I love how, a lot of what a counselor will spend time on first semester of freshman year is students who are not successfully transitioning to high school. So I think there's a nice marriage on a lot of these between what they actually do with their time and what we're standardizing is going to happen across classrooms in our district. So I think the biggest work that is happening is what Laura's referring to, which is all the time being put into building the lessons. But I think it's fair to say that they will be very well received by administration. If you figure, these look to me like a block period. So if you figure block periods are about an hour and a half, then when it's fully built out, then you're looking at about 12 hours per kid. Am I doing my math correctly? No, I am not. That's embarrassing. I'm not the head of educational services. It's 6 hours, right? An hour and a half each quarter, basically. And Alan, your point is a great one. I think that we can build the CTE into this freshman spring lesson, which will be perfect and save a lot of time for recruiters in the academies. That part of rigor and connection to post-sec pathways can be getting involved in one of our academies.
But Bonnie or Mrs. Hanson, I guess my point was going to a level of expectation management, and
Thank you.
and then resource allocation. Does this represent a body of work that can be done with the existing size of counselors, essentially, or to realize it, we need to staff up more? And it sounds to me it's as if it's still in the planning stages to some extent. You've got to reallocate between tier 2, 3, that sort of thing. But at some point, it would be useful to have some sort of quantification. What's this going to take to get the work done?
Okay.
Thank you. It's good to have the report.
And we have a question or comment from Rich Ginn. Can I go to Rich and I'll come back to you? Because it's, poor guy, he's not in the room.
No problem. I'll go whenever it's my turn.
I'm paying attention to you.
Okay, thank you. So first, I'm really pleased that this is happening. Mental health has been a big issue we've talked about a lot, and this is training that particularly addresses that issue, and that's great. Just clarifying from what I understood, based on Chris's line of questioning, a lesson is a 90-minute session with a counselor and a group of students. Is that what a lesson is? And how many students would be in a lesson at a time? Is it a whole grade level, or would it be broke like a single English class or something that'd be substituted, would be the counselor for a day instead of
So that will look
some other
different.
class or something?
Yeah, that will look different school to school. We're asking counselors to work with their site administrator to see when are the times that they can push in. Like Laura said, some schools have advisories, and so that's a natural fit. Other sites don't. So the counselors will work with site administration to decide when they can push in and to what groups and classes. But again, the idea is that every student gets their lessons.
Excellent. Yeah, so I'll second Chris's question on just seeing how the numbers pan out with how many classes that would be. So how many classes would a counselor have to do and how many counselors are there, just to see how that all pencils out. So I'll second Chris's question on that. And then I guess I'm sort of a philosophical or just kind of understanding how you're thinking about it. I think when Josh was speaking, you talked, I'm not going to quote you exactly, but what the students want, not what we want for the students. You said something close to that. And then in 11th grade, we have A through G eligibility is the goal for all, which is kind of opposite. It's like telling students what should be instead of what they want. And I'm wondering if you could, if you see attention there or you don't see attention there, if you could just, or how you think about that.
Yeah, that's a great question. And really what it is when we talk about it, because one thing I want to say, you have an amazing cohort of counselors and everything is intentional and scaffolded. So even looking at this, there's so much depth to it. And it goes back to that diagram that we showed where conversations happen in all of those domains. So the conversation specifically around A through G eligibility was more about skill. Right? We can all benefit by being critical thinkers, by being problem solvers. And so encouraging kids to take more math, to take more science, to take additional classes that challenge that rigor. And A through G is all about rigor. So for us in our speak, A through G eligibility is the goal, but really the conversation behind it is we want to maximize the skill for every student at Sequoia Union so that they're ready to thrive when they leave.
Okay, thank you. And I guess one last thing, which is more just a comment for my colleagues and for the presenters, but you mentioned, or you guys mentioned that you're driving some of this off of the strategic plan. And the strategic plan, I think, was a 2015 to 2020 document that was put in place before our superintendent joined and before 2 of the 5 board members joined. So maybe we should, as a board, look at the strategic plan since it's driving important work and we haven't at least reviewed it in the almost 2 years that I've been on the board. So thank you.
And Rich, I heard the word strategic plan as well when Whitney was presenting. And my understanding was the LCAP, the goals from the LCAP. I just know nationwide that's often referred to on a grander scale as strategic plan, and because they work across schools and in Chicago a lot, but it would be tied to our LCAP goals.
Okay. Is that it, Rich?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Shawnee's.
For your comments. I actually wanted to come back around because I just had some other thoughts. I'm so sorry that I didn't say it before. I'm thinking about, I'm looking at the PowerPoint now. I'm also thinking, there's 2 questions I have. I'm thinking about those students. You're always have students that fall outside of the basic. They're, you're giving these presentations, but you already know that their needs are deeper, either because they're known to you through an IEP or a 504 process or some positive behavior support plan or something like that, or is very evident. So how do you manage that in this tier 1 process as you're starting to see maybe cognitive issues? They may need more support on understanding what it is you're trying to teach. So that's one of them. And then the other piece, I wanted to go back to a few meetings ago, end of last year. I know we went, Trustee Sarver and I went to a lot of graduations, and one of the things that we both commented on is that finding that students really felt their high school experience was really great because they had a relationship with at least one adult. And that falls within developmental assets. And we know what research says that in order for kids to do well, they need to have one good solid relationship outside of their family, because they don't always listen to their parents. So they need to have another adult in their life that they can go to and great peers. And so where does that lie, particularly in that freshman year? I hear so much from the Avid students, the Computer Academy, and some of even the Meta Academy. They talked about their connections. And so I'm just wondering, where does that lie in making that connection so much earlier so that they can have a quality high school experience, but also find positive outlets?
Fabulous question. I'm really impressed with all of these questions. This is great. I wanted to provide a quick response, and I think Laura would really be able to jump in and speak to this as well. So tier one core curriculum lessons in the classroom taught by counselors would only enrich their ability to build these relationships with students, because they'll see them in different spaces, in the classroom, in the office, this counseling office, in the hallways, at school-wide programs and activities, and all those kinds of things. And what I found as a school counselor myself is that I already had personal relationships with most of the kids on my caseload, if not all of them. And so when I went in the classroom, I was able to leverage those relationships to really help students learn the competencies that they need to know in that moment. Speaking to your question, I was able in that moment to be able to identify kids pretty easily which ones are not grasping this and are going to need tier 2 support. And so one of the things we're going to be focusing on next year, and I hope this time next year I'm providing an update on how the tier 2 is going with the school counseling initiative. And so one of the things we're going to be talking about this year is what are the best, most efficient, effective ways of identifying students who are in need of tier 2 and tier 3 support early on, and catch them early so we can provide those supports they need before it gets too severe. And so I'm hoping that through, or not hoping, that is the goal, that through these lessons, that'll help counselors identify students in need of support, but also in addition to the MTSS processes of identifying kids for tier 2. So I don't know, Laura, if you have other things that you might want to mention in response.
The only thing I will add is that while, yes, I certainly would say that the vast majority of our school counselors are willing and able to form those relationships with each and every student on their caseload, we also are realistic, and some of the caseloads are make that really challenging. And so the other piece of that sort of connecting to school and to school resources is, are you joining clubs? Are you trying out for teams? Because sometimes those adults are not your school counselor. Your relationship might be stronger with a coach or a club advisor or a teacher that you have over and over. So those are things that we are definitely supporting through this process, even if we are not serving as the adult for every single one of our kids. And there's just some kids where, you know, it's they are more connected with another adult, and who am I to force that relationship on them, right? And so I think that that's another piece of it.
Okay, thanks. We do have a question from an attendee in our Zoom audience. Abby Corman.
Thank you. First, I want to say I'm excited about all that I've heard, especially what Trustee Dubois shared about how the board believes in investing in our counselors, and that our counselors were the ones who initiated this report, and we were able to bring it all the way through to this final, beautiful, thoughtful presentation. A few things that came up for me are that I'm hearing there's still somewhat of a lack of clarity around what's the role of the counselor and what is the role of someone else, especially when it concerns tier 1, 2, and 3 needs. And I do have to point out, I think I also heard the conflation between college and career pathways and mental health and social emotional learning. Maybe not in our presentation, but certainly in our discussion here afterwards. While the presentation diagram listed of the potential sample lessons that may come out are worthwhile topics for counselors to present on, none of them listed our mental health or social emotional learning, which I believe is someone else's role, not our academic counselors. But again, that kind of speaks to this maybe lack of clarity I maybe just still have. My main question, though, is we heard Whitney talk about how integral the role of counselors are and how much we ask of them and how integral individualized relationships are. I believe our current student to counselor ratio is 430 to 1. Whitney, I'm wondering if the report or if your experience at Hatching or if national associations make any recommendations on school ratios for students to counselors, and if that might impact sort of the results we might see in the future. Thanks.
Thank
Thank
you
you for your comments and questions. Abby, we'll go on to the next speaker. And just to note, we don't always answer audience questions, but it'd be great if somebody could get back to her with the answers. Caroline Coleman.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Happy August 3rd. I also found the presentation to be really exciting. I'm so glad that we're getting into tier 1. That's, I guess, my clarification. Are we launching this for this coming year? And this may be just a trigger word for me. But I know several of my students find the word rigor to be really a trigger. And that goes to my question, is it our counselor's job to make sure that the kids have rigor? I think we have some great teachers that can easily do that and have replace the rigor language with mental health. I don't think we can expect any of our kids to do well if they're not feeling well. So that's all I wanted to say. Just mental health, I think, needs to be normalized. I think we can do that easily just by putting a button on every school site. And at our counselors, I remember there was a counselor that came and spoke to us, and I would love to entertain the idea of lowering the ratio so that the counselors can actually be part of the community in classrooms. But I am excited that we are having a discussion about this and that the counselors are the ones that we're asking for this. But I think, once again, we all can do this together. We don't need to be in silos. I think we all want what's best for our students, and not to give our supporters more work, just a space to breathe so we all can breathe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And then again, I want to say, Caroline and Abby, we so appreciate you as teachers observing our board meetings and providing comments. So thank you very much. Yes, Chris.
Ask one additional question. Josh, I think, provided a very helpful explanation of the A through G term. I think people will be relieved to hear that kind of explanation. Related to that, in the fall of 11th grade, you've got A through G eligibility as a goal for all, and then spring, the A through G requirements. I want to ask, is that not too late? Isn't that something that should happen freshman year?
I'll just say that basically everything that we've talked about, we're already doing in different ways, shapes, and forms in 9th grade. We are course selection is what we agreed upon in 9th grade. It includes A to G eligibility, it includes CTE pathways, it includes recruiting students for our California Partnership Academies. It includes all of that. So we are already doing that. What's hard about it is that some of that looks different on different campuses. And so what we decided to do and we'll use the term franchise because that's the term Hatching Results use in these franchise lessons that we're sharing, is to use it more around 4-year planning a little bit more generally, with the understanding that every lesson is going to be tailored. I mean, at Tide, for example, career pathways are for all students. And so that's a required portion of that in 9th grade. So that is going to be the portion of it that is Tide specific, is that you have to pick a career pathway. So that's an example of just how we're trying to be as inclusive as possible across school sites with these lessons. But yes, we're doing that all in ninth grade. Ninth grade is really full. and it's also why we're struggling, I think, with the balance between tier 1, 2, and 3, is because we have tier 3 situation, academic tier 3 situations for 12th graders who are at risk of not graduating. We have, you know, post-secondary tier 2 and 3 situations with 11th graders that are not on track for A through G and want to be. And we're also trying to get all of the tier 1 in our 9th graders. And so that's the tension. When we talk about tension, that's the tension that we're feeling, and what we're trying to, it's going to be a big leap to get into a world of mostly tier 1, but that's where we're trying to get.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for all the good work.
Thank you.
Okay. Everybody ready to move on? Now we are on item 15, an action item, adoption of resolution number 1736A, B, or C.
To the chair, I think we are on 14 discussion items.
14.1, the facilities management plan.
14.1. Discussions of facilities master plan.
Oh, thank you. I was in the sun too long today. Back up to item 14.1, discussion of facilities master plan. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you, President Dubois, trustees, superintendent. Before we do get to 15.1, which is a very exciting and very important item for tonight, I wanted to bring back for discussion and planning purposes a status update of where the district is with our facilities master plan and how that drives decisions that we will make as an organization and you as trustees will make for 15.1. So we do have Brent McClure here back with us again to provide an update on the facilities master plan and some information that has been shared with you previously. So Brent.
Board of Trustees, thank you for having me here tonight and to be here to be able to give an update. When we last talked, we went and walked through a series of like goals and talked about how we've gone through and done this robust community outreach process. And we came forward to you, I think, in June, and that was right at the culmination of that. And then talked about sort of what the next steps would be and then fielded questions. And so we're about 2/3 of the way through the summer, school's getting ready to start back up. And so what we wanted to go over here today is really just give a general update on our progress since the June meeting. Talk about what is starting to flesh out some project lists and some site plans, and then talk about kind of like a very rough sort of what I'm going to call sort of a bond budget kind of framework. In some ways, we're doing this presentation, I don't want to say out of sequence, but it's perfectly timed with your, discussions tonight to look at determining the actual bond measure. And so what I want to stress to you all, as well as the community and to principals, is that a lot of this information we're going to be showing has not been sort of vetted with the school site. So it's very much still, I don't want to say in a state of flux, but it's still in a position where things are going to, evolve over the next few months. Here's the schedule that we showed you last time, and we tweaked it a little bit and inserted this sort of this board update in the middle of what we're calling plan development. So we did the outreach leading up to the end of the school year, and then over the course of the summer, not having the opportunity to really meet with faculty, principals, and other school sites, we've begun the process of distilling the information that we did receive from the school sites and start to formulate, basically kind of building from the goals and guiding principles, and then what the needs that have been identified is to start to then formulate those into projects and sort of project descriptions. Those have not yet been vetted by the sites. And then in doing so, we were looking also at kind of starting to put together some very high level site plans. So we're still very much in process with doing site analysis, with doing some site walks and developing and refining the information that is in that we put together so far that we're going to show you here in a minute. So let me back up a second. So then once we, the steps that are still to come is that we will then, based on the outcomes and our refinements here, is that in August and into September, we're going to go back and meet with the school sites and have kind of follow-on community outreach to then verify and validate the initial project ideas that we've come up with over the course of the summer, and then just kind of refine and hone that process so that by September and into October, we'll have a really robust and solid plan that fits the needs of each of the school sites. So with that, what I want to do is kind of just give a very rough kind of sort of quick overview of the 4 comprehensive high schools and how we've packaged this information. So we're going to start with Carlmont, but there's some themes that have emerged that kind of apply to all of the 4 comprehensive high schools. And then I'm going to talk about some of the other campuses and smaller school sites that you have towards the end of this. So I don't want anyone to think that we're overemphasizing the comprehensives and not identifying needs for the other ones as well. There are the categories that have emerged really are, and in no apparent order, is, well, actually top number 1, which I think we're feeling in this room right now, is HVAC, is a robust and sort of foundational need across all of the spaces within the district, and with the school sites. The second is identifying what we're calling kind of major project interventions, and that would be either replacement of classroom buildings where it makes sense. And then number 2 would be, we used the term student union last time, and each campus might have a slightly different fit, but it's really kind of creating and centralizing student support services. So counseling, just like the last presentation we just heard, creating opportunities for counseling, health, wellness, and support spaces, as well as just general social type spaces on the campuses. So there's sort of like a big classroom move and then this other type of move. And then depending on what's left over as far as spaces that are originally built in the 50s or the 60s even, and that haven't had a lot of work done over the last 40 or 50 years, is that there's some renovation component that includes seismic upgrades, roofing, those kinds of things are factored into that. So think of it as like HVAC, 1 to 2 big project moves, renovation, and then the last category really kind of that falls into this is athletics. Now, what's shown on the screen here is really all of the needs that we have heard that have been identified, sort of unfiltered and kind of captured into projects. And as we mentioned and talked about last time, the needs are going to always outstrip, sort of the available funding that you're going to, and that's typical of pretty much every district. And so on this site plan, I'm going to just kind of run through, one of the top identified projects was sort of replacing the T-wing with classroom buildings, looking at the admin building up at the front, and the classroom wing next to it, can that be converted into a much more enhanced sort of student support services space, having a new front door off to the admin, and then looking at, a complement of renovation projects, and then looking at like new turf at the baseball field, and some work done at the track and field as well. What we did was, just to kind of give you a sense of how, planning works, is we identify, and we don't need to get into this too much, but like a project ID name and then a short description as to what that scope might look like. And then we sat and worked with the cost estimator since we last met with you to kind of, hypothetically sort of define how much, and using, comparative analysis against other project types and whatnot, is to come up then with a relative budget. And so what's here is this table is sort of split into 2, but in essence, what we've done is we've identified all of the projects, and looking at this one here at Carlmont, and then have subtotaled that for the campus. And then there's a column on to the right, what I'm saying in or out. Now, this is just us at CAW. taking a first stab and approach using that lens of, can we do one large renovation project? I'm sorry, one new major project on the campus? Can we do the HVAC, a combination, and then renovation, and then, you know, one major athletic project, and then as well as ADA upgrades and some other utilities and infrastructure type needs as well, such as, you know, the seismic component, as I mentioned. And these are going to be able to sort of work in as we go back and meet with the school sites. What we're excited to do is then spend time to refine and have the communities decide what is in and what is out and how to refine these descriptions. And so so this is Carlmont. I'll jump on over to Menlo Atherton. Similar themes, was looking at the admin building at the front and the classroom wing that's next to it. Looking at is basically kind of constructing a new 2-story wing that's out at the north end of campus. Looking at new bleachers at the stadium and new athletics support building as an addition, and then looking at renovations as well. And again, HVAC, there's a line item for solar, and that would be freestanding solar. I want to just stress here that any new project we would look at putting solar on those projects and not missing that opportunity on the roofs. And again, looking at the numbers, and I'll get to the subtotal here in a second. But it just sort of gives you the idea. Sequoia, much more renovation focused. You know, the main original building really has had it's had some seismic improvements, but really it's had a light touch over many, many years, and and with this school site being sort of land constrained in a lot of ways, even though you've got the grove out at the front, in some ways it's protected. The campus is, you know, a national historic landmark. We're looking at doing a very renovation, you know, intensive kind of approach here on this campus, possibly looking at the boiler building that would then kind of, and the student union building that's there right now, and looking at making that into sort of a more robust new addition. And again, similar types of projects also listed, you know, classroom furniture, which is typical at all the other spaces, all campuses, baseball turf fields and whatnot, outdoor learning, the solar, as I mentioned before, campus utilities. Woodside, looking at the B wing and the F wing, and then also as classroom upgrades and going 2-story at those locations to get rid of some of the smaller classrooms, and then looking at the D wing and, you know, reusing the kitchen that was already done, but looking at modifying that space, and then the D wing next to it to have a more robust sort of student support services. And then out in the forget the letter name, but the one that's nearest the gym is looking at replacing those portables and modular buildings with 2-story construction to centralize science down at that end of campus. And again, list of projects and list of budgets. And so what we've done is, and I think kind of what's important here is to kind of talk about, like, how does this sort of total up? And the way that we broke this down was, so each of the totals on those project sheets for all of the projects that have been identified at this first pass that we will now take, you know, work to take back to the school sites after some further refinement, are listed here. We have not yet met with Green Street, EPA Academy, the adult school, and I know that there's a little tiny bit of conversation that I think the district is looking to have with Tide, just to confirm. And so we don't know what their needs are yet, but we put some budgets that we think are going to be realistic based on the size of the campuses and what the needs, you know, might be. Adult school being highest, and that the only reason for that is because it's an older building. It's got a, you know, it's not as large as Tide, but, you know, given the age and the type of structure it is, it in the end might need a little bit of extra work. Couple of other items that we'll need to refine as we get further into this, but we want to make sure we get a placeholder in place, and that is having a temporary housing allowance. And so that as you take classrooms offline, we got to make sure we got a budget for temporary portables. We don't have, the idea here is that we would put portables on the campus that would then be phased. So you don't like construct an enormous portable city that's very expensive to do everything all at once, but you look at it as, you know, phased over, you know, a handful of years. And then, which then gives you the subtotal, and then a program contingency to cover like program management expenses and just, just a basic level of general unknowns. And then the last item on this list is escalation, which is construction speak for inflation, which I know as we hear about every day, it seems like in the media. And speaking with our estimating team, what we've learned in just the last month over month sort of year, last month, I was told that construction escalation was at 12.8%. So it's extremely high, obviously, right now. But we don't know what even the next 6 months, portend for the construction economy. But it's better to be a little safe here with this. And so we have 10% for next year, 7% for the next couple of years after that, and then dropping it down to 5% at that point. We think this is this type of and that's so that compounds over time at 30%. So what that number does is it kind of projects out 4 or 5 years of time. If you figure design and permitting is going to take 2 to 3 years on average for the life of the projects, and you're going to take, a good 5 years to complete all of the projects in the bond program. That contingency, hopefully it's slightly overshot. And if it is, then that will then have the opportunity to free up some extra money at the tail end of the bond program to allow other smaller projects that may or may not have moved forward with at the beginning, then could come off the list and actually possibly be executed. And that way we finish strongly and comfortably, within the bond allocation and meeting the goals of the master plan. So now that totals $1.3 billion, which is a lot of money. But when we look at taking what I'm calling sort of group 1 priority projects, and this is just us again, just to reiterate, taking one major project from each campus as new construction, renovation, HVAC throughout, and ADA improvements and some utility infrastructure, as well as athletics, is what is totaled right here. And I maintain the allowances for the small schools at the same. The contingencies and escalation obviously comes down. So this here totals about $653 million. Now, again, I think there's a lot of pencil sharpening that's going to be able to happen even at the planning level over the next couple of months on our part, as we look more carefully at exactly what is needed for renovation, exactly looking at some of the square footages and whatnot of the new construction buildings and things like that. And so we think that we're going to be able to kind of have, and then going back and having discussions with the school sites. They might say, hey, Brent, a project you picked, we don't want it. We want to do this one over here. So there's going to be some morphing. But I think having those sort of goals that I mentioned of the different project types that we can move forward with, sort of meets the needs of what we heard from the outreach process. And I think gets us close to some of the ranges as to what you guys have been looking at and discussing in regards to a bond amount. So next steps is, again, refinement of the data and information. Some of these numbers are going to go up, some are going to go down. We're going to meet with the school sites, refine the list, refine the estimating, and then go through sort of a prioritization process, with the school sites, and then bring that back as a final report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Alan?
I guess one of the first questions I would have, right, based on that last slide we looked at, do we have, as described in the presentation to date, do we feel that we have the level of detail and firmness of expectations to be able to write a statement for a bond measure that we could stand behind, going on the ballot as of action later on this evening?
I believe that when we last met, we talked about, kind of project themes and goals that were emerging. And, those have now evolved into, I'll just pick Carlmont, new turf at baseball field, outdoor environmental science lab space, site ADA accessibility and outdoor space improvements, new campus-wide heating and cooling systems, solar panels. I think, new 2-story B-wing classroom building. And so this is replacing buildings that are really, really old and tired and too small. And the project language that I saw from the June presentation, I think I was not in attendance, but I did, see the copy, fits very well with the framework as to what the actual bond measure, would state, which gives you flex. So we got that balance of sort of flexibility and specificity at the same time.
Okay. So even with the potential for some shuffling of what's in and what's out based on the next iteration of the site committees looking it over and saying, I don't know what you were smoking when you put that one on the list. It's got to be this or whatever.
Correct.
That's good. So my overall comment, I know I had a lovely exchange of emails with Crystal, and she was polite enough to say that she loves my input. It's clearly reflected in the way this was presented this evening. I like the structure of it. It really gave me a good view and perspective into it. I think Trustee Thompson and myself both, we were fortunate enough to be part of the facilities planning committee going into the Measure A bond 8-9 years ago. And so we both kind of had this perspective of being intensely hands-on and deep in it. So really kind of being able to get a little bit more of clause in with this presentation has been very, very helpful to me. And it gives me a much better sense of basically how we're able to talk to the public about why we want to ask them for their money.
Right.
It's very clear. I think being able to come up with the themes and being able to talk to, this is the kind of work that makes sense to be doing at all of our sites, but it's going to take a slightly different form based on the real needs of the individual site.
Right.
That tells a very strong story, and it really is an indication that this effort is need driven, it is plan driven, it is localized and specific, and I know that working in the current world of inflation is a tremendously nerve-wracking job. When you talk about 10% escalation at the first year and slowly tailing down to a 5% escalation, those are numbers that historically look huge.
Yep.
But then when you talk about, year on year, right now we're at 12.8, I believe you said.
Yes.
It makes that 10% look like that's not big enough, and you're talking about it going down.
Right.
So we have to be very careful, clearly, and we have to be very mindful of all the reasons why our public has to be nervous and hesitant at this time, so that it's clear that whatever we do put in front of them it's a convincing argument. It is clearly the right thing for the public to do on their own behalf to participate in this.
Right.
And so it's incumbent on us to be sure that we're in a position to be asking for the right thing. And this helps a great deal.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Chris?
So I'm not sure what I think of my colleague's description of the two of us being claws on. But maybe it's true, and it probably shouldn't be, I guess, to some extent. It seems to me, looking at Crystal in particular, we asked you to come back with a document like this, and you produced it together. I think for many of us, it was kind of a minimum requirement for being able to pass a bond resolution. So I want to compliment you on that. I want to ask you about the next step. I think my comments and questions for the next session may overly rely upon the one principal that's in this room, with apologies to him looking across the way at Carl. But I think of Carl is we're going to probably work with Carl to identify the volunteers who lead this campaign. That's kind of my expectation. And so I think the negotiations, I want to ask you when the next iteration of the document is going to come about, because I think it's that next iteration that actually settles on that project that's going to help be able to line up the right people to lead this effort. When, and it's kind of vague in the timeline you gave us. You're over the next few months, you're engaging with our.
Yeah, to have the next reiteration like by the end of the month, because we're going to be doing out people and settle in and then.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to just say, our next step is we're working with Crystal, reaching out to the principals to now re-engage so that this information that we just showed here tonight becomes the basis of the first round of discussions to confirm, hey, did we get this right? What needs to change? And then in parallel to that, we're also then going to be refining the information and the data and the descriptions and how it looks on the page, to then come back to you all end of August, probably very, very beginning of September, depending on, scheduling, but, no later than that, I would think, because of the bond election.
And I've already had discussions with Carl and is starting to reach out within all of our large 4 communities to identify people to participate with the campaign.
Great. And in doing that, there'll be a sense of what those projects actually are. It seems to me that's going to have to be fundamental. Okay. This is great. Thank you.
Just one question. I didn't get the PowerPoint with all I have the one with all the charts in it, but I don't have the one with the facilities. Matt's in there. Could I get that? Okay, thank you.
And student trustees have a question?
Yeah, I do. Oh, hi, sorry. First question on the job. You mentioned that you're still in sort of the analysis, data collection. Site specific, our experience at Carlmont, the bathrooms, and I'm not sure your jurisdiction on this, but the bathrooms are a huge, huge deterrent sometimes going to school. I avoided using the bathrooms. That is, and my experience, being on the swim team, I got to go to the other campuses. And so I'm like observing, okay, we have this kind of locker room for our swim locker rooms or our PE locker rooms, and this school has it, and it's completely different. And, there's definitely funding issues and a lot of other complexities, but I just wanted to add that just because I think it's something very important, and a lot of my other peers, I would say, agree.
The site committees stressed very highly restrooms across the board, both with the multiple accommodation restrooms, staff restrooms. We can create a couple more of those, and then also non-gender specific restrooms and making sure that we're designing in a holistic fashion. That is factored into as a subset to what I'm calling sort of classroom renovation. It's difficult sometimes to list, we're going to renovate the bathrooms as a standalone project, but it is accounted for. And then Carlmont we have identified here renovation as far as the locker rooms at Carlmont as a project as well.
Okay, thank you. Rich, yeah, I see him. Trustee again.
Thanks. Hey, Brent. Wondering if you could just talk about how we should think about, the total number of need is 1.3 billion. We're looking at 3 possible authorizations that range, from slightly under half that amount to slightly over that half the amount. How should we think about, capital projects as being a multi-step process with more than one bond over some period of years? Or if you have any insights in that, because we're all thinking about the next decision we need to make here, which is which one of those 3 do we move forward with? And it seems to me that if we're going to do everything that's laid out there, it's going to definitely be more than one bond. We'd have to prove to our voters that we can deliver on the first bond before we go back with the second one. But if you have any thoughts on what's normal with school districts, or what do you see? Because I'm sure that our situation here isn't unique.
That's a great question. It is very typical for master planning processes to yield out anywhere from a 3 to a 5 to 1, sort of total global need versus reality of what you can actually even move forward with. And so you shouldn't. I think the district and the community shouldn't be discouraged. That says, oh my gosh, you've said we have a need of $1.3 billion and we're not going to be able to go out for that, so we can't get everything done. There are always needs, and needs are always, they evolve over time. And but it's important to kind of put together sort of a comprehensive, I'm going to call it almost in some ways that aspirational. Some other things can be more long-term, less, slightly lower priority. And to make sure they're on the plan so people can kind of see how, a long-range vision for the campus that's driven by the community can come together. So what districts typically do, and a way to think about this is that even districts that move quickly and have like capacity where they don't have to wait to sell bonds and they can sell bonds at a fairly rapid rate, you can only support sort of the design process and the construction process at such a quantity on each campus. It's not like you can all of a sudden flood a school with $200 million worth of work all at once. It would be just too much of a burden on staff and students and everything else. And so, we use the word burn rate as to like how fast can you do this in a responsible manner. And if you factor in taking, the work, regardless of the dollar amount, and spanning, it would break out and span over 2 phases of construction, or even possibly 2.5 to 3 that might stagger. And then when you factor in the time it takes to go through design, and again, what I would call, detailed community involvement to make sure that the physical designs are also making sure, we don't want to rush the design process, making sure that the sites are participating in that in a robust manner to get, to meet the needs. And then the lengthy permitting process. So with 2 phases, you're looking at, 8, 7.5, 8, 9, possibly 10 years. And so, to kind of finish one program, and depending on, at that point, a future group could look at going out for another bond. And this is very common in other districts. Fremont Union High School District seems they've been going out for a bond every 7 years for the last, I don't know, I'm going to say 15 years, it seems like, for lower amounts. They've got, their community accountability is very high, and they have a high success rate of passing them. I think Redwood City is kind of elementary school district is looking at doing the same. So it's very common. It's rare that school districts, I don't know if I've ever seen a school district execute an entire master plan all at once and then kind of, wash their hands and be like, all right, we got it all done. We're done for the next, 20 or 30 years. Hopefully that answered your question.
That helped. Thank you.
Any other comments or?
Can I throw one more
Sure.
thing? I think so. Again, I think this is a theme that is really embedded within it, but it's something I wanted to highlight and call out is the overall sense of sustainability work. So we've talked about adding freestanding solar projects where feasible, that all of major new construction would be solar ready. Obviously, a major thrust of this is going to be HVAC, which will be far more sustainable than any systems we have in place. And I think that, to me, it's a core modernization principle that needs to be fundamentally baked in to every bit of the work that we do here. The way that the evidence is piling in and accelerating of the real current impact of global warming and the direction that we are headed makes it incumbent on us to be proactively improving our footprint on the planet with every piece of work we do. And I trust that we will be very focused on that in all of this work.
Absolutely.
Another thought that occurred to me, you talked about cost savings down the line and being able to kind of look at things to add more projects in potentially toward the end of the expenditure. And historically, this district has also been very, very successful in earning matching bond funds from the state. And I know that the landscape of the state actually providing matching bond funds has gone extremely dry over recent years. But I trust that we will continue to be extremely careful to meet all the criterion to earn every possible opportunity for that, so that the public ends up getting more bang than the buck that they put in there. So I think I'm eager to see both of those be aspects of the work we do.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll finish with this item. Thank you. Now I will move on to the action item.
Oh,
yeah,
you just want
sorry.
me to go? You can go.
Yes, I was too quick. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go on to the big exciting news.
Since I introduced it before.
The anticipation is killing me. Okay, so for 15-1, over these past couple months, as we started talking about the potential of putting a geo bond on the November ballot, we started engaging our community with the facility master plan. We built our dream team of advisors to guide us through this process. We do have 3 of them here. We have Joy Kumar with TBWB, who's our campaign consultant, Janet Mueller with DWK as our legal counsel. And then I've also moved Makiko Soto over to a panelist, so she can speak as we start to digest. You have 3 resolutions before you. One for 14 per 100, one for 16, and one for 19. And so this is, because this is Prop 39, it does require a 4 minimum vote. So we need to collectively, at a minimum of 4, determine the amount of the geo bond that we want to place on the November ballot. So before we get started, I did want to invite Makiko to talk about, because if one thing possibly you did notice was previously when we had priced out the principal on the $14, it was lower than what we're seeing it presented here. And so I wanted her to be able to present information on how and why that changed. Makiko, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for your time this evening. So I wanted to provide a quick explanation on the different bond par amounts that are in the draft resolutions that are in front of the board tonight. We heard loud and clear that the district has a lot of project needs and that there is some tax rate sensitivity in the community. And so we went back to the model and refined it a bit, particularly looking at 2 assumptions that we used in building the model. The first is the assessed valuation escalation over time. The original model used 3.75 to 4% over time. And we've increased that to 4 to 4.25%, which is still very conservative given that the assessed values have grown by over 7% over the last 10 years. The other metric that we refined a bit is the borrowing rate, given the district's high ratings and review of the past bond issuances. We lowered the estimated average borrowing over time from about 5% to 4.25 to 4.5%. And so by refining those models, we were able to increase the bond par amounts that the district consider with that specific tax rate of $14, $16, and $19. So hopefully that explains the changes in the figures that are under consideration tonight.
any questions regarding that before we move on to the next section?
Ellen?
And this may be very, very naive, but looking at each of the resolutions, the maximum impact rate called out in each of them is substantially less than the dollar figure per 100,000 that we've labeled that option with. So I think the one that's $14 calls out a maximum impact of $12.75 or $12.50. And then each of the others are about $2 less than that.
So we will be speaking to that. We'll be
Okay.
speaking to that. Janet, okay, so I want to welcome Janet to walk us through the resolutions, and she will address that point for you, Sarver, as well.
All right, good evening, everyone. Good to see you tonight. So when we last visited with you, we had prepared a draft. There was a single scenario. We talked pretty extensively about some of the board's interests. We heard about the survey, what the public had to say about various projects. And so we did take those comments back and we did make some refinements. They're not redlined in your draft. But I did want to just highlight a few things. We talked about adding acquisition of land as a project. We talked about taking computer devices out, classroom computer devices out. I think there were some concerns about that. We talked about really stressing the air quality, ventilation issues. I think some of you provided some actual language changes and thoughts to us about how to frame up where we are right now, what the history has been with the facility master planning process. And so we heard all of those things and we did wrap those items in. And so I think what you're seeing tonight, regardless of which option, which dollar amount, is I think a project list that really resonates and connects with the information you heard earlier about the facility master plan, really hones in on what some of the key interests were of the public, and I think is just tightened up in a few places. And so hopefully if you've had a chance to go through that, you've seen in there somewhere, and I did it as I was listening to Brent's presentation to make sure that every single thing he mentioned tonight is somewhere in that bond project list. And indeed, I think we've covered those. So just a couple comments. That was an excellent question because actually there is a mistake, because the highest tax rate for any of the scenarios is the 14, the 16, or the 19. So my apologies, you saw that buried in the tax rate statement. We will have to fix that number because the highest tax rate will not, that lower number is what the tax may be in the first year that we levy a tax, but it won't be the highest tax. The highest tax will be the 14, the 16, or the 19. So my apologies, when we decide what version we may be adopting tonight, we will do that in recognition of the fact that I'll have to go back and make a change. So that was a very, very insightful notation on your part to recognize that didn't seem to add up. That's because it didn't. So apologies there. And then I'm happy to answer questions. I guess I did want to make maybe a procedural comment because we are looking at 3 options with 1 action item. And that is just a suggestion that as you debate, since I don't know where any of you are on this issue, that you might want to really debate very openly where you each think we should be. Because obviously, if you start making a motion on an option before everyone's weighed in, you may take an option off the table that you realize perhaps you didn't want to do. So just a kind of procedural discussion that you have a pretty open, I think, discussion about where each of you would like to see that go. And then perhaps you can land on, assuming there's going to be an action tonight, land on a scenario that at least 4 out of 5 of you, hopefully all 5 of you can be comfortable adopting. So with that, I'll stop, but I'm happy to answer questions if there were more questions about language or issues in the actual resolution documents.
Are there more questions before the discussion? No? Okay. I guess I'll go first or did you want to say something before? I think for me, I'm most comfortable. Yeah. So for me, I am most comfortable with the lower amount based on the economy and based on the feedback that I have received And there has been quite a bit of feedback, at least from my perspective, more feedback than we got, or more feedback than I personally got during the last bond. So I'm most comfortable with the lower amount. Anyone else? Yes.
I think it's interesting. Part of the way I've been looking at this is through the lens of having participated in the Measure A process 8 and 9 years ago. And one of the very strong pieces of feedback I got from many parts of the community at that time was, you guys really didn't ask for enough. The need was very great, very obvious, and we could have put a really large chunk of money on the table, and you should have been more aggressive. And going through the conversation that we just had on the previous item really reflected back to me the business about the construction capacity on the sites. That in the execution of Measure A, we took on kind of the maximum we could. We tried to front load it. We tried to really get shovels in the ground and concrete in the ground as rapidly as we could. And each of our sites around the district was strained to their capabilities with the amount of construction that went on throughout that period of time. I know, each of them, the principals at various times came in and talked in board meetings about, we are living in construction world. And MA in particular said, boy, are we looking forward to a time when we don't have construction activity going on somewhere on our campus, because it's been endless. And with all of that intensity, it took us over 8 years to really wind that bond down and be ready for this moment. So to me, I don't feel compelled to really try to go for a really large number. I think the big thing that going larger does is it extends the number of years until the next time that a future board has to go through this again. But there's a real question of, does it really put more meaningful construction capability in the district's hands? And to me, I think it doesn't. I think with the presentation we had earlier tonight, and that $14 request, we have the capability of doing what seems to be the apparent high priority work, the flexibility for seeing what's next as we get toward the tail end of the bond, and then what seems to be a very normal practice and likelihood that a time will come to be moving forward with a subsequent bond. And we would come to, I think, a fairly natural break point where we may well find that our priorities for that next round of work have changed, and that the next things we would put in the hopper with a new effort some 4, 5, 6 years from now might be slightly different than what we would put in the hopper today if we were trying to expand our construction horizon from a 4, 5, 6 year to an 8, 10 year kind of horizon. And that flexibility in and of itself may serve us well down the road. And so I very much agree with President Dubois that we are in a period of time where the most extended economic recovery in American history is winding down. People are coming off of the happy train. There is an awful lot of nervousness and concern. This is a time, I believe, to listen to our public concerns and say, we will ask you for the money that we need and that we are ready to invest appropriately for you. And I believe that's the $14 option and the that priority list that we had presented just now. So I agree with that assessment.
Okay, Chris?
I'll follow up on my colleague Sarver's conclusion and say, I think it is appropriate that the criteria we use is to tell the community, this is a list of things we need and we can tackle responsibly. But I reach a different conclusion on what that list is and looking at and what the number is and looking at the facilities management plan. I also come into this with two additional conversations. I think we are proud and recognize that we live in a community that supports its public schools and sees them as something essential to what we do. It also largely has the capacity to provide that kind of support. Also think the survey numbers that we've seen back that up. And I'm more inclined to rely on survey numbers than individual responses we receive. That the individual responses will tend to be the outliers and the people who care most at the extremes. And so I have much more confidence that we can be successful. If our principal was still there, but maybe he intentionally ducked out. We have one online.
Karen.
I think we need to put together a list that has the essentials and things that will contribute in meaningful ways to the academic experience of our students. I'm a little worried, or it seems to me that the tier 1 list that you've put together here, which totals what, $653 million. If you added onto that the solar, which I think we have to, if we're doing the HVAC, which requires more energy, we're going to need more solar, and the solar, I think, will also draw supporters. That puts us essentially at $680 million. And that's kind of where I am now at the start of this conversation, saying that's a responsible list of things for us to tackle. That's something the community will support. The question I'd ask of the principals is, with a project list like this, with the ability to move around on specific projects, are they going to have parents who step up, get excited about that, and are going to help sell this to the community? Because we need that. That's essential. And then for me, the big upside is the issue that you raised about matching funds. Right now, I think there's no money in the till, right? Does that change over the next 5 years? I would hope so. We don't know, but that could be the difference in what something that allows us to add student centers or something like that. I'd emphasize that the project list of these tier 1 things at $653 million, to some extent, is not a very exciting list. It looks like it's a lot of it's HVAC, a lot of it's ADA. These are essential things. A lot of it's new furniture, but nothing that's going to change the academic environment. I think we've essentially got one project per school of a new facility or something like that. And to me, that would be a minimum for getting the community excited about the project. So where I stand right now is the B option.
Denise?
Yeah, I was just kind of like recalling like my daughter's last year of school and the facilities piece of it, and just the impact on her own academics, right? And the rooms being hot, having to have doors open, no air conditioner, all those kinds of things. And so when I think about academic success, and I actually shared this with a community member who called me at 7 o'clock at night, about, we really want kids to be in the best learning environment possible. And I don't think the 14 is enough. I actually think the other one is too high based off the survey that was done last time. I think it was 60%. And I was like, ooh, that's a little close. But I do think something in the middle to be able to maximize the number of things we want to do. I also think our staff and teachers would really appreciate something that would make their job a little bit easier and a little bit cooler. As well as I think we can wrap some of the stuff into some of our students have asthma, some of our students have special needs, some of our students have many other kinds of health and safety that's beyond COVID, that I think our community, which is very health conscious in our community, would benefit that. And then my hope is that we can also do something that would be a good to have for some of our communities so that they feel like their campus is fun and meeting their needs, and and the whole community can enjoy outside of like the parents and the kids of the schools. So that's kind of where I lie based off the information. I worry about doing 14 and not being able to do anything meaningful with not meaningful. That's not right. Like from people on the outside looking in, like, did we do anything? It's kind of like the person who works on like the back end and people said, did you really work on your house? And it's like, yeah, I did all this work. I think people also needs to see some of the work and the community be able to enjoy our facilities that's beyond our students and parents. So that's kind of where I lie is the 16. Rich?
Oh, we might be all over the map here.
No, we've got 2 at 14 and 2 at 16, and I'll say I'm supportive of either.
We
I'm
can't hear you
open
very
to-
well. Speak loud.
Okay, how's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
So I definitely am supportive that we need to move forward with one of these. I'm torn a little bit, and as always, we need to make decisions without perfect information. How long would it take to spend the $14 amount? How long would it take to spend the $16 amount? We definitely, with the $14 amount, it's over $500 million. We could certainly do a lot of meaningful things with that. That would have a big impact on the community in a positive way. I went into this process thinking that we do one number and be done, and kind of accepted a few months ago that that wasn't what it would be, and that it's steps, and this is just a step that we're taking, and we're just deciding how big should this step be. So I kind of understand both arguments. I mentioned it here. I see that we have some comments from the panelists and other attendees, and then circle back.
Okay. Thank you. Edith has a comment.
Yeah, I want to reiterate really what Trustee Stevenson said in response to Trustee Thompson, that while these projects aren't necessarily sexy, build new, state-of-the-art classroom projects, having been in the district for over 20 years, I can tell you that the academic environment is definitely impacted by HVAC. I teach in an air-conditioned classroom. I have colleagues who don't. And if you ask the student trustees, I'm sure they've been in sweltering classrooms. Last year's trustees talked about it. It definitely has an impact. I was going to speak to the furniture costs as well. I mean, I'm a traditionalist. I want desks that are attached to chairs in rows because that's what works for what I teach. But all of the interactive and engaging and student-centered strategies that we are working on as a district are enhanced by letting teachers have the furniture that actually allows students to move from small groups to large groups to circles to rows, etc., and be flexible. And I remember a couple of bonds ago, the chief facilities officer saying, we're going to change pedagogy by changing your furniture. So I would not overlook the impact that furniture bill has on the actual academic program. It seems silly, but it does have a big impact.
I wanted to also, Joy, would you like to come up and just revisit and recap what we've done so far as outreach and some results on some surveys?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. Happy to be back here tonight. And I think, it's always hard for boards to make these decisions. I work with many school districts around the state, and this November has been very different than other Novembers, I think, because of the political and financial environment that people are feeling. And so a lot of school districts are still seeing that they have a lot of need, and yet they're having to make tough decisions about what size of a bond and how to communicate with their voters about that need. Just a couple things that I wanted to mention. So all of your previous bonds, just as a quick reminder, I know you have the resolutions, but the language and how we talk about those bonds and what voters actually vote on is still very different than what was on the ballot before, right? With this new language, AB 195, we have seen that results tend to be a little bit lower. It speaks directly to the tax rate. It has a lot of numbers in it, and it does impact support. I will say in the tracking survey that we did, we saw after testing one negative that our results dropped right to 55%, which within the margin of error puts us below 55. And that negative really just talked about this being an expensive place to live and the recession. So we are at a time where that is, I think, a big consideration. So I just wanted to mention that those are two things that as you're looking at these numbers, I think, you know, that the ballot language is different than it was before when you went out for a bond, and that we did see that there is some community concern, and we don't know yet what October and November will look like. You will need to have a strong campaign no matter which amount you decide on. You'll need that support. Luckily, you've always had that in the past, and hopefully we'll find that again. But I do think that's an important thing too. So I know you're balancing a lot of issues here as you're deciding between those two, but I just wanted to share those results. And if you have any questions about the survey or the outreach that what we did, I'm happy to answer those too.
I think what's going to be really, really important is the communication. I'm so glad we have our PIO. Maybe they can help us with some of the communication. What's up? I'm so excited to have our PIO person. And PIO is what is it called? Public Information Officer, for those who didn't know, like me. I think one of the things that I keep coming to is I believe in context, and I believe in information to people so they can see the context. I think Ms. Leach and I talked about that, like people don't have the context, right? And so it makes it a little difficult to talk about the questions that are coming up. Do we spend all our, like, are we as conservative as we can be? Have we been fiscally responsible with the funding that we've had? Has it really impacted the classroom? Because that's what's important to people as well, because the grandkids are going here as well. So I think if we are very, very clear, and as my grandmother would say, you can stand flat foot and have your argument. I think people will understand. And I feel like the conversations I've been having with taxpayers about this possible bond is one, they're excited about the information that we've sent out, the green document, but they're also just needing, some other people are needing more information. And so I think what's going to be very, very key is that we are able to stand flat foot, united on all fronts, not wishy-washy, as my grandmother would say, flat foot, solid, and really be able to make the argument for our students. And I just want to make sure that we do that, because that is the feedback I'm getting.
Yeah, and just one comment on that, which I'm sure Janet could speak to as well, is that once the board votes, your communication is limited slightly. I won't say slightly, actually, tremendously. You are always allowed to provide information to the community using your regular types of communication that you always do. So if principals send newsletters, they can send information. This is what the board action was. These are the things it could do at our school. But as a district, you cannot advocate for this particular measure. So you can't, push for someone to support the measure once you vote as a board. So that's why the independent campaign committee is such a critical part.
We do have a public comment from Council Member Antonio Lopez. He's in our Zoom audience, so go ahead.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees. Once again, Antonio Lopez, pleasure to talk to you. I'm here really not here to support a number. I will defer to your expertise and you having gone through the master plan, listened to the testimony, but really I'm here first and foremost as a kid from East Palo Alto when I was in Ravenswood. And I remember vividly, not having the HVAC facilities, not having the portables be so hot, we couldn't think, and what an impact that made for a lot of us kids cramped up 32 in the classroom. And I understand that the facilities are in a different shape, but just to underscore, how transformational having facilities state of the art. I mean, it's something that empowers all students, but particularly students from disfranchised communities. So it's a tide that's going to lift all boats. I'm here for my little brother, right? He's a proud Avid student. I know Trustee Stevenson mentioned she spoke with some Avid kids earlier, right? That's my kin. And that it's personal for me to advocate for kids that are my community, from our community, that are going to have a better education through these facilities. I'm advocating for the teachers, right? They're there every single day. They know what their kids need. And I think we as leaders, whether it's school board members, whether it's council members, electeds, we got to listen to the folks who are there in the front of the classroom every single day, who are telling us what kinds of infrastructure is going to be the optimal, the maximum best for their kids to shine. And so I know we're in a recession. I know that there's a lot on our plate, a lot of contingencies, and I know that you all are in the hot seat for that. But I kindly ask that not be tied up to the moment. Think of the history of notions of equity, of social justice, of making sure that our economy and our kids from all sides, whether it's Woodside, EPA, Atherton, right, Belmont, they're getting the exact same educations. I think you have a really good opportunity. And I want to end by saying, you have my word as a council member, as a resident of East Palo Alto, that I will pound pavement for this measure, regardless of what you all pick. So I hope with that insurance in mind, you are reassured to vote with the best conscience in mind. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your enthusiastic support. Chris Robel.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. So I'm a retired CFO and a resident of Redwood City, and I've spent quite a bit of time looking at this, as well as the Redwood City School District bond, which I think you all know is $24 per 100,000. And I've spoken with several dozen, interacted with several dozen residents, and excluding any but council members, right? Everybody that's not a council member or a school person is 100% against this that I've spoken with. And I'm just being totally honest with you. And I think the key point, which you've alluded to and directly addressed, is the times that we're going through. Inflation, people struggling to put even for basic gas and groceries, and the fact this tax affects everyone. To the previous gentleman, right? Everybody's going to pay this, not just homeowners, landlords, and I know landlords, right? And I know relatives that are landlords, so they will pass the tax on to the tenants. So the tenants, the people that can least afford it, are going to be paying for this. And so while you're talking about inflation on the construction costs, the biggest types of inflation that you're going to be are relevant are the people that have to pay it, that don't have guaranteed jobs, that have, that are 1099 employees that don't even have a guarantee of continued employment, and certainly don't have COLA raises or anything like that, or pensions. Their 401ks are gutted, and those are the people you'll be taxing. There's no exemptions for seniors. There's no exemption based on need. People on SSI, like there is with the parcel tax bond measures, don't have that. There's absolutely, so the comment, I won't say some of the comments on the Nextdoor post because they're some of them are disrespectful, but I will say, well, tone deaf was one of them, I guess I can say. So unless, I think reframing this is what's a need, it's what's a need. A lot of people have needs. It's what's an emergency at this point, because having a state-of-the-art facility is great, and that would be wonderful. And believe me, I'm 100% behind education. A lot of my family members are in education. But it's about what's an emergency at this point, given what people are struggling. So this bond measure, I think you all know, it's so far since 1996, there's been $633 million in bond measures, right? And we're asking taxpayers to fund somewhere up to 801 million, maybe it's 500 million, 600 million, but it's a lot of money. It's well over $1 billion in total. And the question is, I think that if I were you, I would be wanting to articulate is, what have we received so far for the $633 million that has been asked and that people are paying on right now with the bond measures that are already in place? The most recent one, $265 million in 2014. And so You know, I have not seen student outcomes. If you look at ed-data.org, you know, English, there's 70% of the people that are not meeting or exceeding, that are meeting or exceeding English, and 52% in math. And that hasn't changed in the last several years. So I don't see since the 2014 bond that there has been a direct change in student outcome. Maybe it's more pleasurable, I don't know, but I'm not in a real position to say, but the data doesn't seem to flesh that out. So what have we gotten actually for the 633 million before you ask for more? And I really encourage the trustees to look at this $91 billion state surplus. What can we get? You've alluded to getting the matching bond funds. That would be great. Looking at, you know, pushing, which I have, by the way, pushed this. I've spoken with every single Redwood City Council member, the business tax, right? Why is there a cap of $6,000 for, you know, Electronic Arts and Oracle? They only pay $6,000. Have our corporate partners participate, including on all the impacts they have in our community, right? Which includes roads, traffic, and schools, right? That's a part of it. And making sure if this is called shared sacrifice in a time of pretty dire circumstances. So the inflation isn't just the construction costs. And by the way, the bond measure, I think everybody knows this, but the way the bonds work is they increase it. So you're talking about 40 cents between these two bond measures if you do the 16 cent here. And the Redwood City one is 24 cents. And so that's $800 a year extra for somebody that's getting you know, a median price house going up 2% every year. And if it's my daughter who's 20 years old or one of the seniors in the school that might want to get $1 million starter condo, you're going to add thousands and thousands of dollars to their tax bill forever.
I'm
And
told with the time, because I don't have a clock, but I'm being told that you're over your time.
by the way, this is all after tax money because of
Thanks.
the Trump era tax. So
Appreciate
please.
your comments. Can
Thank
somebody- I need the clock, or I would rather not be. Oh, it's on there now, right? Wasn't there? It was on there? No. It was? It was not on there. It was not on there. Now it's on there. Yes. Okay, well, first I have to figure out the clock. I want to figure out the clock thing. For me, that's more important right now. No, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay,
you.
so one of the things I wanted to draw back to was the input we've had from our trustees as we're going through our deliberations at this point. That all of the options that we are looking at, starting with the $14, include the HVAC work that we've talked about and the air conditioning concerns that have been raised, includes the furniture that was raised and has been included. But the distinction that Trustee Thompson brought up about whether or not the solar is included as of this first cut is a difference between the 14 and the 16. You know, on that basis, you know, I kind of joined Trustee Ginn in that I'm not exclusively married to the 14 to exclude that I do want enough visibility and excitement for the public to make sure that it is supported. So I would not stand in the way of a majority looking at 16. I would not stand in the way of a majority looking at 14. As I stated earlier, I do think that 14 meets pretty much the needs that we have given the times at hand. But given the comment we heard earlier about excluding something from the conversation, I don't feel that I need to exclude the $16 possibility from the conversation, although I lean toward 14 as being adequate.
Thank you, Rich.
I'd be interested just to hear again how we should think about, and especially given comments that we've heard about probability of passing, because you know, if we were to ask the voters for 16 and didn't pass, then we have 0. So there's a higher number has some amount of additional, you know, risk of a 0, meaning we have to wait 2 years to ask the voters again. So I think that should be a factor in our decision. I'm not sure how large of a factor, and maybe if we can get some thought about how large a factor should we be considering, you know, the risk of failure with the higher number.
Yes, so, and I can go get the numbers again, but I'll just speak from memory because I was looking at them moments ago. We did early on test the $14 amount, and I think everyone will remember that it garnered good support. We were above the 60% testing positives and negatives, and the projects are all very popular. The HVAC, in fact, rises to the top of the list for all of those. That was completed earlier this year. And so, right, each poll is just a snapshot in time. So it can't fully be reflective of everything that we might be experiencing at this exact moment, but it gives us a good starting point to look at. When we did the tracking survey, we tested the $19 amount. It did test lower. It tested lower at all benchmarks. It still was above 55%, but again, that one negative brought us right to 55%. So we asked a follow-up question asking people, if instead you heard the board was considering $14 per 100,000 and, you know, walked through that process, would you be more supportive? And it actually did raise us up another 6 points. So we did see that there is some price sensitivity. We don't have any good numbers for 16. And again, each one of these surveys really is a snapshot in time. You know, since that time, we have worked with the district to send out the 2 informational mailers, and I do think they were well received. But I think, you know, as some of you have mentioned, you've also heard back from community members. It's pretty common that people who have concerns are the people who speak up. I think we've also heard from people who are very supportive of, you know, especially like the HVAC and some of those other really critical updates that each of your school sites need. So we can only guess that 16 would be successful. I don't really have any data. It sounds to me as if you've all sort of taken 19 off the table, and my recommendation would be not to consider 19. I mean, I would have said that before you all spoke too, because I just think that we just don't have data that shows that that would be a good amount to consider. So those are the price points. That's where we tested, and that's what we saw was the 14 and the 19.
I wonder whether I might both challenge or underscore what you're saying, and especially the point in time, because it seems to me we need to be careful about the conclusions we draw on price sensitivity between 14 and 19. That in fact, the amount of downturn between initial testing at 14 and the more current testing in 19 may have all to do with the change in the economic climate. And a question in the survey that compares the 2 numbers is not something voters actually have an option of doing. So I'm not sure whether that actually gives us any meaningful information, because voters essentially will be presented with a number and a yes or no on that, and not a choice between 2 numbers. And so, I mean, it makes perfect sense to me that with the change in the economic climate, that we don't get the same positive response at 19, and probably would not have got it at 14 either. But I don't think that helps us choose between numbers.
So I would agree with you, and the statistician, Dr. McClarney, would say that asking a backup question with a lower number, because you're right, voters don't get that choice.
Right.
It helps us see a little bit of something, but it's hard to draw an absolute conclusion from that. Yes.
I have a question, and this is more for President Dubois, since you're a real estate agent. What are you hearing out in the field? I know you go to association meetings and community meetings. What are you hearing out in the community
As far as the economy, it's very bad.
as it relates to housing?
It's very bad. So yeah, there's a lot of
When you
house.
say very bad.
So inventory it has like quadrupled in San Carlos, and people are very worried about money, right? So yeah, it's a pessimistic attitude for real estate right now.
Very mad. Two points. One, I would want to clarify for Edith that I did not mean to suggest that the HVAC is not important, and I put it at the top of my list. I also think we want to push that in 2 ways. One, we need to address heat in the classroom, but there's also the issue of air quality. that it is an increasing concern, and I think our community will respond to those two things, and certainly I prioritize that. I guess I want to ask my colleagues, if you think we should go the $14 way, we have to cut approximately $90 million, I think, from the list. And what would you cut? What $20 million would you cut from each of the comprehensive schools?
Yeah.
Well, but we should envision what that might look like, right? We're setting the number for them in effect.
Well, it's enough to do,
And what
it's
I've-
enough to do the air conditioning, which is the highest priority, right? And some more things. Isn't that right, Crystal?
Yes,
Oh, sure.
so, sorry. I see this as like, kind of like a three-prong, with a lot rolling up to the word renovation. So we have HVAC and ventilation at that center, right? And then we have, as Brent spoke, one substantial, exciting major project. And then the other bucket is renovation. And in that renovation, depending on how these numbers actually work out as we sell, as we work with inflation, as we design, as we, evaluate further what we have on each campus, that amount of renovation of rooms, right? Because if you remember back in September, well, actually February prior to the pandemic, I presented to the board, first the initial facility need, and then revisited that with you all last September to really address our classrooms that are a smaller size. So I would see potentially that renovation bucket being changed. A lot of, again, the infrastructure rolls up into a lot of these projects that we have. But it's still, like Brent had said, it's still very early, right? As far as deciding on a project list, a firm project list, and then the priority of that. We know first and foremost that our priority is HVAC, but how that's scaled out. And again, going back to how much construction a site can handle and for how long is also a huge piece to this puzzle.
Okay, so any ideas of how to take the conversation?
Well, maybe we could
I
all.
wonder if Rich
go
has
through-
enough to want to weigh in with an opinion. at this point.
Yeah, I'll say I'm leaning towards the 14 for the reasons of probability of passing and not overwhelming sites with construction. I definitely think that all the things on the list are very important and for the best for our students. But for those are the two things that are swaying me at the moment. Information's imperfect, but probability of passing and not overwhelming sites with construction. So having would be the reasons that I'm leaning towards the 14.
14?
Crystal, would that help? I'm just really concerned about climate change and fires and having comfortable rooms for our students. I know, Edith, I support you around the furniture as a trained facilitator, that you need good furniture, but I'm actually more concerned about people's health. And so if we go with the 14, is there a high probability that we will be able to do at least that piece of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we can just do a straw poll, see where each person's leaning at the moment. I'll say I'm leaning 14, but would not vote no on 16.
Denise? You want to say what you, or you do want to go first? I'm still at 14.
I'm still leaning toward 14 and I'm hearing consensus emerging around it.
My sense is the board has to be unanimous in whatever it supports. And so certainly I would support 14. I'm more optimistic also. I don't think we have any evidence to suggest the difference between 14 and 16 would change the outcome of the vote. I think there's nothing. And to the extent that 16 provided you with a longer list of items, we might, of important work for the district to do, we would build more excitement around it. That said, I will support 14.
Gary smiles at me. Man, I wish we could do 16. Just I would like for us to have some more cushion. Just with cost and everything. I'm willing to do 14. I'd rather have something than nothing. But specifically to support our teachers and students to change the climate in the classroom.
Okay. I think so. I would return to that statement I made about Measure A. We came out of that with a number, heard very loud voices in the community. You didn't ask for enough. And at the end of 8 years of implementation, I am thrilled with the list of accomplishments that we brought to this district out of that insufficient amount of money. And we worked at capacity throughout all of the years that we implemented it. I think we can work at capacity for several years based on the $14 of this and be very, very proud of the benefits we bring to the community and the work that we do. And a future board will have an opportunity to continue this work, which is truly never ending. So I think based on everything I've heard, I would move selection of option A for $14.
Thank you, Ellen. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Shanice. And that would be a roll call.
Student trustee Swaminathan,
Yes.
student trustee Rodriguez Velasquez,
Yes.
trustee Thompson.
Yeah.
Trustee Stevenson,
Yes.
trustee Sarver,
Yes.
vice president Ginn,
Yes.
president Dubois.
Yes.
Motion adopted.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you for all the work that has been done. I think I would like to call for a 5-minute break if that's so. Huh? And I think I have to.
I would also like to thank all of our presenters in this. We were very involved in our board discussion on this, and we were wrestling some very heavy things. But this group has done a lot of work to provide us with a lot of information that at the end of the day is going to make this effort on behalf of our students and the public be very, very effective and very successful. So thank you for all of that.
Okay, so now we'll take a break. 5 minutes.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Somebody's got to do it.
Doesn't do that exactly, but
But this is
You-
all going
you
to be
did meant
a heck of-
improvements.
a heck of a lot more efficient.
efficient.
Yeah.
How much is in place? How much do we have in place? There is, okay. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. I mean, one life is not on general.
And I know Carolyn. That's where the family.
Are we all back? Rich, are you back?
Yep.
It's back. Okay. All right. We are now on item 15.2. Am I on the right item? So this is the approval of the superintendent's second addendum agreement. I do have a script that I have been given to read. This is from council. So this agenda item addresses the board's open session discussion and possible approval of a second addendum employment agreement with the superintendent, Dr. Darnice Williams, regarding her employment as superintendent. This proposed second addendum employment agreement also addresses the terms of her employment. The proposed second addendum superintendent employment agreement contains the following material terms. 1, term. Effective July 1st, 2022, the district employs superintendent for a period of 3 years, beginning on July 1st, 2022, and terminating on June 30th, 2025, unless terminated earlier or extended as provided by the terms of this agreement or as allowed by law. 2, salary. In addition, the district agrees to add the following to the superintendent's employment agreement. Effective July 1st, 2023, the superintendent shall receive the applicable career increments provided on the Sequoia Union High School District Certificated Management Schedule. 3, second addendum agreement. The superintendent employment agreement was amended and modified by the March 23rd, 2022 first addendum employment agreement and will be amended by this second addendum agreement to the superintendent employment agreement. Together, these agreements constitute the entire understanding and agreement between the parties, and no addition to or modification of any term or provision of these agreements shall be effective unless it is set forth in writing, signed by the parties, and is duly approved by the Board of Education. A complete copy of the second addendum superintendent employment agreement is available from the district office upon request. And then the format of this is for the president to ask for a motion and a second, and then discussion following. A little different order than we normally do things. And then board president calls for the vote of each member by a roll call vote. So first I'll go ahead and call for a motion in a second, and then there'll be discussion.
Be happy to make that motion to approve this addendum to our contract.
Wait, second.
Okay, thanks. And I'm going to start with the discussion. This complicated item, probably complicated for the student trustees at their first meeting, and it could be complicated for the audience as we read a formal document prepared by an attorney. I wanted to say that I am actually going to be a no vote on this. It's nothing our superintendent has done a great job. And if you weren't watching our last meeting, the board gave her a very positive evaluation. We use the term satisfactory, but satisfactory is not the right word. It was very positive evaluation from the board. People in our community are very excited about the work she's been doing. She works very hard. There have been lots of major initiatives moved forward, very exciting things happening in our district. My reason for the no vote, and this is also complicated, right? When you only have a few minutes to explain. I was troubled by this addendum because I believe it's confusing. I think for the we only supervise and evaluate the superintendent as board members, and it's a very public job. And so my belief, it needs to be the contract needs to be really simple, and the salary needs to be easy to understand. With this, the complicated wording I just read, this addendum is putting a career multiplier, which is really confusing. Even if you look at the document in this agenda packet, it refers to a salary schedule. I had actually asked our attorney, maybe she didn't hear me or understand. I actually wanted that salary schedule to be part of the amendment. And again, I didn't follow up. That's my mistake. So it causes the reader of this document to have to go find the salary schedule, and then it's a multiplier. So for me, it's too confusing. And as a board member, I believe it needs to be simple. And the other reason, the board in March did give a significant increase. So this is 2 increases. So I'm only comfortable as a board member with one increase. So I'm sorry to be a no. And with that, any other discussion?
I'd be happy to respond to that quite differently. I understand when you read contract language, it sounds awful and it's a challenge. Contract language can be complicated at times. I recognize that. It's not always in plain English, but it's the way this world works. And if we need help understanding a contract, we have access to the lawyers to make that happen. The main thing I want to emphasize, and the reason I support this, is we don't get very many opportunities to salute the work of our superintendent. And I want to take advantage of that tonight to do that. That job is so important and so difficult. And we are so lucky to have a person who's doing it in quite an amazing way. I'll give you a few examples. We in her review, as Carrie mentioned, there's a long list of accomplishments. Those that stand out for me include the fact that she's put together an amazing leadership team. We are stronger in the leads in every department than we've been in the 13 years we've been here, and that will make a difference in district performance. And that is to the superintendent's credit for one, putting that team together and commanding their respect and making it happen. We also have a stronger relationship with the unions that was broken in the past. And that's a direct result of the work of our superintendent. And I think it shows up, most importantly, in the respect that teachers in the classroom have for the superintendent. 2, I'm amazed at her ability to navigate politically difficult questions. 3, in general, she shows rare courage and intellect in advancing the priorities of this board. Among those, I think a lead is student achievement. And I would point to 3 examples of that have stood out for me this year. One is her return to school plan put in place and happened in an amazing way. Another is the MTSS implementation, of which we saw some evidence today. And the third I'd mention is the EL master plan that I think stands to make a greater difference in student achievement in this district than anything we've seen in a very long time. She reacts quickly, decisively, and creatively to change as it comes up. And that's something that's going to happen all the time in this district. I think the little advantage, the little example I would point to recently was we lost the principal at Carmont in the middle of the year, not an ideal situation. She resolved that creatively in a way that I think did well for Carlmont and also for the individuals that were involved in that. I think there's a long list of things. I want this district to be aware of what a phenomenal leader we have and how much difference that makes to us. The fact that we extend her contract an additional year is a modest gesture, I think. The fact that her salary has gone up in ways that have that others have gone up, essentially gone up to reflect the changes of others. She is not the highest paid executive or superintendent in our area. So I want to say thank you in approving in the vote to approve this addendum to your contract. I want to say thank you for getting off to a great year and want to recommend to the community that we are very fortunate that she is with us.
Alan?
I'd like to weigh in on a very similar tone to this, that one of the comments I've made quite often over the course of the past year is that our district now has a leader who's essentially come down from a higher league. Superintendent Dr. Williams really has brought a level of professionalism in the structuring of the district and the moving it forward. Our evaluation process went through a careful listing of evidence of progress against all of the goals that the superintendent was to be evaluated against, and the breadth and the depth and the completeness of significant progress across the board on every bit of it brought continued agreement of having satisfied each of the standards and each of the goals. And when we talk about the structure, the people in our leadership roles, we've seen substantial restructuring going on in various departments throughout the district office this year. And every single one of them is based on bringing a clearer, more effective level of support to every member of our organization and have a direct positive impact on student outcomes. And we have spoken with representatives of the different departments who've talked about ways in which each department is stronger and better able to function now with the work that's been done. And to me, one of the additional things that's really come about in leading with an equity lens at everything that's happened, the superintendent has initiated a salary equity study across the district, in which we're looking at the compensation and the working conditions for every job description, every employee in the district, and looking at alignment and fairness. And we have seen a continuous litany of clarified new job descriptions come through. We've seen restructuring in our HR department that is going to help accelerate that work and make it go more effectively. We have seen indications in our own research that at the top of this entire chain, the superintendent position in this district is less well regarded and compensated than in other districts around the region. And that, I think, will be an ongoing discussion that will come to greater clarity as we complete this equity study. And I think there will be adjustments ahead in the normal course of continuing work and positive reviews. But this contract and the amendments we have made to it are far less complicated than many of the contracts around the region. And the level of overall recognition remains below many of those. So I have no problem with supporting this and being very pleased that we are able to make an adjustment to the contract that is reflective of the very strong, very positive evaluation that we completed.
I can. Yep. Thank you. Actually, I don't think Rich's hand is not raised, so I'll go to Edith. Or would you rather go before Edith? Whatever you prefer. Okay, Edith.
I simply had a clarification question. Previous superintendent contracts have had built-in yearly increases explicitly called out. My understanding is this, instead of explicitly calling out those yearly increases, refers them to the increases so they're uniform with all other administrators in the district. In the past, those yearly increases were also compounded by a Me Too that was granted to the superintendent for whatever increases SDTA may have negotiated. And so my question is, if the board is anticipating giving those additional increases on top of what is called out in this contract, or if what's called out in this contract is the sum total of adjustments to the superintendent's compensation for this year.
That is correct.
So let me try to address some of that. What we have had in previous contracts and what went into the initial contract with Dr. Williams is laying out an explicit percentage as a minimum based on a positive review, leaving the board the option of increasing beyond that. And there has been a couple of precedents around the state in years gone by of certain jurisdictions, notably the city of Bell in particular, trying to clamp down on contracts based on the perception that in their case, a city manager or in other cases, potentially a superintendent could be put in a position of trying to negotiate very liberal contracts with their union representation in order to raise that leader's own salary directly. And that type of thing is what led many jurisdictions to put flat percentages in the contract and avoid tying it to Me Too. So any decisions about making Me Too adjustments have always fallen within the purview of the board in exceeding that minimum percentage based on the positive review. What always applies is that whatever amendment is made to the contract, anything that leads to a salary adjustment must be brought in public and voted on by the board. And that is the only adjustment that gets made. So the board has no intention, stated or unstated, of doing more adjustments outside of what is being considered here as a contract adjustment today. It is only what is here to be voted on.
First of all, I'm just excited. I think I'm gonna read something, and it says, "To whom much is given, much is expected, and they expect more of each other and themselves." And I am very happy you are here. My language is very simple. I'm very excited that you are here. And when I think of you, I want to really I know I'm speaking to my colleagues, but I also want to speak to the community about the increases that President Dubois talked about. I'm a person who believes in context. Out of context, things don't sound right, or they sound really great. But in context, it gives you a much bigger picture. So I want to speak to the increases that Dr. Williams has received. And it is out of her leadership that both our associates superintendents were able to get their due and be able to have their salaries. And that caused a compaction issue. And I don't know about nobody else. When I was a supervisor, I worked at an organization, I made $2 more than the person who wasn't, and I was responsible for like 6,000 kids. And I'm like, how does that work? They only make $2 more, right? Because there was a compaction issue. But in nonprofits with no money, compaction issues are just compaction issues. We don't have any more money. But I think for a school district, we really do need to pay our professionals well. As much as possible, as much as our public will allow us and our public dollars and things of that sort. I believe that for teachers, I believe that for transportation, I believe that because student trustees are going to one day take care of me. So let's put the best in our young people as much as we can. And I laugh, but I'm not saying that jokingly. And so when I think of Dr. Williams, she did not ask for a raise. It was a complication that happens. And I would really urge our board of trustees, after talking to other board members and other places, that compaction is not an unusual thing that boards deal with, that if we want to deal with that, we deal with it, put it on the agenda, and it's going to take us a while to get through it, but let's be courageous and not punitive towards our superintendent. No pun against you, President Dubois. I respect your decision, you know that. But I will say that was a compaction issue. That wasn't her asking of a raise. That wasn't any of those kinds of things. At this point, this is about her performance. And I believe she has performed well. I wrote down some things that I thought that you have done well. One is that you're an instructional leader. That's what we wanted. We said we wanted someone who was equity minded. And she's been pushing us with every training that she could think of. And she's been working, with a special board about all our different ways of looking at equity. And as Carrie smiles, we're just all different, but we're loving family members. But I also think that you have been about teachers because you have been a teacher. And so she thinks about all the wonderful teachers that we hear about at graduation that really made the lives of our students more fruitful, or turn their lives around, or open up their eyes about opportunities in the community. And so that's really important to me. It's really important to me that we have a good leadership team. I know some people say, why do we need so many leaders? We need leaders because they take the pressure off of the site so that they can do what? Be better and present for our teachers and kids in our community. And so I think when I look at our beautiful leadership team, I see progress. That was the first thing that I had concerns about, was did we have the right structure, not to do just the district goals, but to really see our students, to respond to our students that have different things that come into their life that is impacting how they learn in the classroom, whether it's addressing homelessness, or whether it's addressing behavior or social needs, or whether it's mental health, or whatever it is. And that resulted in 2 positions being split, right? It wasn't a performance issue, it was a capacity issue. So that decision alone shifted our organization. So I contribute that to Dr. Williams doing her entry plan, her assessment, and talking like 100 things at a time, all the different ideas, because she's a verbal processor. So like we were verbally processing everything. And I'm sure she was doing it with her cabinet as well. Just trying to figure out how do I create make our system even better. We're a good district, but how can we be better? An A is not enough. We want an A++++. I'm looking at Crystal, an A++, because that's who we are. Anyhow, The other thing that I was really impressive about Dr. Williams is that she's been thinking about how can she give leadership opportunities in a variety of ways. So even looking at how do we create a pipeline of principals who are going to come behind and take the leadership, and then those who have additional leadership, how can we put them in the middle ground? We don't have a lot of movement areas, right? Not trying to create a bunch of leadership roles, but really creating opportunities so that we can continue to keep the pipeline of professionals in our community. So that has hugely been a thing. I think the other thing is equity. Equity is not taken away from high performing students or students who are in honors class. It actually is making sure that everybody gets what they need. And I believe, and I will say this, Gateway was a huge concern. And you went into it so excitingly, taking your team with you and said, all right, we'll take a year to plan about this. So instead of saying, oh no, this didn't happen, you said, those are our babies, those are our kids, those are our children. And I just want to go back to a conversation I had when I was running from a person who was considered ESL criteria. She said that when I came to this district, I just felt like no one claimed me, like you are mine, right? And so when I hear you say that, you said these are our babies, our children, our students, our scholars. And so that raising of the bar actually made me more excited. I said, ooh, you really believe it, right? I also think that community response. I know I heard someone say that we haven't heard anything about the unfortunate killing in East Palo Alto, but I want to say that wasn't the first one this year. And you have responded to those. It might not have been public yet, but you have responded. You have said, what's the best way to do this? Who on my team should go with me? How should we do this? Because you understand cultural responsiveness. And so for me, when I think about our district, and I've talked about this with the many losses that we've had, unfortunately, this year, not because of what the school has done, but more so things that have happened to our students that are natural and unfortunate incidents, that we respond to our community in a culturally compassionate way. And it doesn't matter where your community comes from. We need to acknowledge our people. And we need to love on them so that they want to invest in us, right? And they want to send their kids to us. They're going to say, that's a place that cares for me. So with that said, and I'm going to stop my little thing because I'm really excited. I believe that this is the one that has reflected your performance versus the other increases were because of compaction issues. And if we say things, it needs to be in context, because out of context, it does not sound appropriate. It does not sound appropriate, but in context, it's understandable, even if you don't agree. So I want to say, I welcome this. I thank you for what you're doing. I thank you for showing up. We are all over the place and all kinds of stuff, but we a good group of people and we got the best kids on the peninsula. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I don't think there are any other comments.
Well, I'll just say you guys have already all said so much that I'm not sure what's left to say, but I appreciate Dr. Williams, the approach you bring to equity, and particularly bringing all students up. Remember your definition with the bicycles really resonated with me, and I'm pleased to support this amendment.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and call for the
I think there's a hand up in Zoom. Oh,
pardon me?
We're in the middle of a vote.
Yeah. Okay, my colleagues want me to, we're going to go ahead and do the vote. Well, probably should, right? Probably should. I'll take my vote. I mean, let me see what the board thinks. Go ahead and public comment. Okay. All right. I'm hearing different things up here, but Councilman Lopez, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. The saying is third time's a charm, so let's see if I can nail it. You know, it's really hard to go after Trustee Stevenson and the rest of your colleagues. I think much has already been said eloquently, so I'll just make a slight addendum to what Trustee Stevenson said when she said, I am grateful. Dr. Williams, we are grateful. We're grateful on behalf of the residents of East Palo Alto and imagine residents of Bellhaven, Norfolk Oaks, right? All the parts that are served in this wonderful district. And for us to feel seen in leadership, I'm not just talking about ethnicity and race and gender, that's important, but a certain lived experience and really putting at the helm, looking at initiatives in such a difficult time, right? A worldwide pandemic and the kind of messaging that has been consistently from your office, right? I look at the superintendent's messages, the way that you all did testing for 6,000 students, right? As well as parents, the work that you've been doing with equity. I mean, the list goes on. And so I want to echo what has been said in terms of we got to invest in excellence, right? We're not trying to skim on the bottom of the barrel when we're trying to get the best and the brightest, whether it's talking about personnel in the city, whether it's police, whether it's teachers, and of course that includes our superintendent. So when it comes to the dollar sign and the legalese, right, I think that's one question. But I think if we're talking about the merit of what Dr. Williams has brought to the table, that is absolutely undisputed. We are all thrilled of what she's been doing, and it's hard to believe she's only been doing it for a year. So imagine her giving us 3 years. So let's give her all the reason in the world for her to stay in our district. I think one of the trustees mentioned we live in such a blessed place where the community, regardless of zip code, is invested in the public schools, right? So when we got somebody coming from LA, coming with the USC critical theory and bringing that to our Bay Area, that's going to put us at the state of the very pinnacle of excellence, at the cutting edge of what it means to be equity minded, what it means to bring people together from places diverse as ours. And so I hope you have no qualms in approving yes on this. If I were the sixth member, I would do the same. But other than that, much has already been said. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your nice comments. Okay, let's go ahead and go. Pardon me? Okay.
Keep it pretty brief, but I'm very grateful for the chances I've had to meet with Dr. Williams and work with her. I remember I think towards the end of my sophomore year when I met her for the first time, and I was like, I'm so excited by her energy and so excited by what she wants to bring to our district. And so I immediately reached out, and she was so patient and so excited to meet with me. And I really appreciated that she brought that energy and was happy about my eagerness. And yeah, I just am so happy to have had that chance to meet with her. And I am grateful for the opportunities I'll have now to talk with you all and really just grow. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will also keep it brief, but I agree with Avantika in every way. And I also agree with our commenter that we have to invest in excellence. I believe that entirely. Spending the majority of my adolescence in a single parent household with my mother, I very much appreciate when women of color are appreciated and represented. And of course, that is not the bottom line of everything. And we've talked about merit, but for me, that's definitely important. And seeing someone in not a position of power, but in a position of change is extremely important. And someone that represents my values and is energetic and is open to ideas. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. Now we can do the roll call vote.
Roll call. Student trustee Swaminathan,
Yes.
student trustee Rodriguez Velasquez,
Yes.
trustee Thompson,
Yes.
trustee Stevenson,
Yes.
trustee Sarver,
Yes.
vice president Ginn,
Yes.
president Dubois.
No.
Motion passed 4-1.
And thank you all for that discussion. Appreciate it. Okay, last item. 15.3, our favorite thing, adoption of resolution 1735 regarding AB 361. It's an inside joke. Is anybody in the audience
I would like to
laughing?
move approval.
You have to attend every board member meeting to get this joke. Okay.
What are our numbers?
We don't have any because we're on summer break. So
Oh.
yeah, no students in school, no staff. So yeah.
So we could probably go right to the motion. I don't think.
I think Alan already
Pardon me?
moved, if you want to accept.
Okay. And this is roll call. 'cause
I'll second it with the understanding that Rich is benefiting from this motion.
We're just gonna go so fast. We're gonna go so fast, he's not gonna say anything. The roll call, right?
Student trustee Swaminathan,
Yes.
student trustee Rodriguez Velasquez,
Yes.
trustee Thompson.
Yes.
Trustee Stevenson,
Yes.
trustee Sarver,
Yes.
vice president Ginn.
Abstain,
That was a no.
abstain.
Abstain. Okay. President Dubois,
And yes.
motion adopted.
All right, so that takes us to the last item on our agenda, which is Board of Trustee and Superintendent comments. And I would like to make some comments. I had the great privilege today of attending the San Mateo County TAY conference. It stands for Transitional Age Youth or foster youth that are beginning to age out of the system and going on to college or career. This is a really unique conference because it is organized by kids. So I was there all day, and so I get to spend time with our county's foster kids and really hear their voices. So they organize it, they organize keynotes, they organize lunch, but it's lots of small group activities to really, really hear from them. Thank you, Trustee Stevenson, for coming. Community members there were really thrilled to have you. But I was so moved, right? Because it's training. It's meant to inspire the younger kids, but it certainly inspires the adults, and the training is useful. But at the very end of the day, the panel was the most moving, with kids sharing their stories. And again, they're trying to inspire the younger youth. And then they turned to the audience to see if there were any questions. They wanted the youth to have priority with questions and conversation. And so I asked a question. And my question was, what can schools do to support foster youth? It's pretty evident there's lots of community partners doing a lot for kids in San Mateo County. But my question was, what can schools do? And that's a question I've had for a long time as a board member. And the kids spent so much time answering that question that nobody else was able to ask a question. It went on for a long time. And so I want to just share some of the things. This is from kids. I think it's really important for me to bring this back to policymakers and bring it back to educators. What can schools do? So from the words of our kids, have clubs for foster youth at every school where kids can meet each other and support each other as foster youth. But this should happen before the first day of school. They need to know that there are other foster youth at the sites. Everyone needs training on trauma. Everyone in the school community. That's the security people, it's the people in the cafeteria, it's everyone. You'll like this, Shanice, because what you said to me the other day. Don't pity us because we need to be prepared. Is that exactly what you told me? So they can tell pity from support. Don't give up on kids. Don't give up on any kid. And this was from a kid who got into a lot of trouble. She ended up incarcerated. She ended up as a very young teen mom. Do not give up on kids. I am not my past. The most eloquent kid, and I don't think I can really recap what he said, but it's what I believe, and why I believe focus on A through G is not enough. And what he said, and I need to get the tape because he said it so beautifully. He said he believes schools have not really figured out how to support vulnerable kids. And it's not just foster youth, it would be homeless youth. He said it's low-income kids. Schools have not figured it out. And that is actually what I believe. And it's what I've said. I know sometimes people feel like I say things over and over again, or maybe I've been told that you're not clear enough. And this is what I've been trying to say for a long time. I believe schools have not figured it out really how to truly support our most vulnerable kids like foster youth, because they have the worst educational outcomes. Children now just did their new report. And at that conference today, half of those kids were our kids from our schools. They're our kids, right? And what I hope as a board, my hope as president, my hope is as we move our work forward, if we could figure that out, we would be leading edge actually for the country, and we could figure it out with kids. The other most moving quote was, you know, kids have so much wisdom, we can learn from them. And that's what was really powerful about this conference, because they were leading us and we were learning from them. And I hope also that we can do more of that in the school district. So I think I'm not quite clear enough. And I hope this makes it a little more clear, because some of you have been hearing me say this for a long time. And if we were to focus on foster youth, which is a small group of kids, we would figure out things for a lot of other kids. And I heard it directly from kids today, and I'll try to get that tape, and I'm going to play it if I can get the tape of this kid speaking so eloquently. So thank you. Anyone else?
First of all, thank you for inviting me to the conference. I thought I wasn't going to know anyone, but knew actually quite a few people there for my past work. For those who don't know, I'm a social worker and I've worked with youth and families with young children for over 20 years or so. But I think the thing that stood out for me in the conference is the amount of support that young people who are living in foster care, who are amazing kids, amazing students and scholars, and listening and talking to I'm a people person, so I just talk to the kids. Hey, what's up? Look at me. Hey, what's going on? Tell me how you got here and where are you going? What do you want to do? And quite a few kids, students, I have to quit saying kids, are actually going to college, but continuing to make that transition and having aftercare support through the different agencies that work together. But one of the things that came out in personal conversations is that the students really wanted, there are a number of students from a variety of backgrounds, so having leaders in our schools of color that represent them is really important. Not just understanding culture, but really understand the students. The other thing that I heard a lot was self-care. I had a couple of kids students come up to me because they know I live in East Palo Alto, we're a small community, and we just kind of talked, and they were just excited about the new step that they were in and that they had support to get there. I do believe that we need to think about some of the youth there. I know it wasn't all the youth. I think I walked away with questions. I asked someone, how many students are in our county? How many youth are within Sequoia or could be in Sequoia versus the county? I think that it's hard for me to say, hey, let's do something for students who are in foster care when I don't know the number, and kind of think about that as part of our work. So that was what I walked away with, is wanting more information about that population of students and making sure, like, first we need to assess what we're already doing, and I need to know numbers, and I'm trying to find that. The other thing I wanted to talk about is how I spent my summer. If you guys give me a minute, I'm really not going to go into too much personal stuff, but I went home to Cincinnati, where I'm from. You can start to hear that twang come out. I'm from Cincinnati, and and I went home after 3 years to kind of hang out with my family. I was absolutely exhausted from the last 2 years with getting both my stair steppers out of high school, and just reflected on just how wonderful their case managers were and their counselors, and just thinking about the experience I had, and missing some of the elders in my family. When I need to rejuvenate, I need to sit at the feet of my elders. And I have all elders all over 75 years old. And so I was able to visit the Underground Railroad Museum in Cincinnati as a free state back in the day, but also then went to the Holocaust Humanity Museum, and both of them were talking about the road to freedom. And then I sat with my 81-year-old aunt who began to tell us stories. There's some parts of our story that we don't know. And somehow it started coming back to her, and she talked about we were from Mississippi. And it was the first time I ever heard that, and how we escaped because of violence there towards my grandfather having to escape brutality there to go to Alabama. And so as I think about that time and really learning my own history and just reflecting on the goodness of my family and reflecting on how my history reflects the history of the Underground Railroad Museum, I really started to think about the Juneteenth conversation that we've been having prior to the meeting and the harm and the hurt that others have felt. And it really clicked for me, the impact of our history when we don't talk about it, and generations of trauma that you don't even know that's there, that's been passed down. And learning that my people, my grandparent, my aunt who's 81 is the youngest of the other ones who would have been like 91, 94, 95, that they just never talked about it because of the pain. And so I was thinking about the trauma of never putting a tombstone or placemat on some of the things that people have dealt with. And so the more I think about our school district and the work that we've done, there's so much great work, but there's also things that we have never put a placemat on, or placemaking, to apologize, to recognize, to understand in a historical way, not necessarily in a harmful way, of saying this is who we were, this is where we are. And so I've been thinking a lot about that as it relates to our students, as we reflect of coming out of COVID, that we just can't overlook the pain that our schools have created, not because it was intentional, but just because we intended something good, but the impact was negative. So I've been thinking a lot about that in some of our students, and really wanting to really support us being able to think about some of our students. I'm hearing a lot about juvenile justice students involved in juvenile justice, our foster care youth, but also I'm thinking about the kids in the middle, which I know that we're doing a lot of work that they don't fall on either end. They're just kind of like me, floating in the air, and just making sure, at least I was floating, I don't know about nobody else, but just floating, hoping for someone to direct me to the right path, just really trying to honor our teachers and the work that they're doing and supporting our youth. And so I just wanted to say that. I know that's more pie in the sky with no legs and all that kind of stuff, but I thought I would share that with you all. And that really led for me to get back acclimated to our school and be more reflective, meeting with other board members, meeting with former board members, meeting with former staff, meeting with students, our trustees, our student trustees, our old student trustees, and really trying to get an understanding of what we can do more around and be clear. And one of the things is student engagement, meaning that can every student find their place in their person? And how are we doing that in the MTSS process? How are we doing that in the education services piece of it? That is becoming up more, that people don't understand their opportunities so that they can find their people early, not sophomore or not junior or senior year, but freshman, sophomore year, so that they have a fruitful experience as they transition into college or career. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, and I'll slow it down. I went to Avid. Thank you so much for allowing me to go to that conference. And they talked a lot about believing in kids and believing in their greatness. And I love to operationally define what that looks like as a system to augment what Avid is doing. And then the last thing I just want to really encourage us to do is two things, is a student trustee training. with, I know San Mateo Unified School District, a couple of their board members want to do something. And I don't know if we just bring our little 4 people together. We don't have to worry about the rest of the county, but the people who want to work together, let's work with us, bring our own trainers in. I think that that would be cool. The other thing is we have a number of people running for our board. And so I think out of fairness to everyone, doing what past President Weiner has done, which is having a board election orientation, I think would be great versus these one-off conversations. It begins to feel a little bit uncomfortable, not as fair. So if we can bring everyone together and share our experiences and who our board is and all that kind of stuff, I think that that would be cool. And I'd love to get a vote on that one because I think that's the most.
We have done it before. It's actually my idea. That was because we started doing it and I forgot. I
last
forgot
year,
about
I
it now.
wanna say this is
And I'm president. We should do that.
And then the last thing is housing has become a huge thing. I'm not trying to get into the political stuff, but I am on a housing committee that has never met. So I'm trying to figure out, do we have a housing committee? What is our stand on housing committees and what is our commitment around that? I know it has been a past committee when I came on 2 years ago, but I haven't met with anyone. I don't know what my direction is. I don't know what the direction of the board. So I'd love to put that on the agenda and also scheduling the board
Do we need-
election orientation.
With some of these things, do we need to get some yeses on this? So I think the board orientation, we probably want to do for board candidates, right? Rich? Yeah, okay, so board candidate orientation, which I can help you plan or talk to you about the format that we've used before, which is all current board members sort of being involved in the training, which actually would probably be, that training might be also interesting for the student trustees, right? Because it's all about what is it to be a board member.
Yeah.
And then your other housing, is
The
that
housing committee
some?
that either have a discussion to figure out if that's what we want to do. I'm on a committee that we haven't met.
Is that, I guess, we need to vote on that, yes?
I was on that with Georgia a while ago.
So we should do a recap of where that is.
Yeah.
I think it's with the superintendent, but one of us needs to initiate.
But the last time I checked, I think President Dubois has said, I don't know if we ever voted as a board that that's a priority.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We
So-
never talked about it. And
So I'm just trying to figure out like, what are the legs to it? What's the
we
direction of it?
probably do need to have a conversation if the,
Which is why I would love to
Board
have
agrees?
it on the agenda to talk about.
Okay.
Because I do think we need to get clear so that we know what our legs are and what the direction is.
and then was there something else?
Housing committee and student trustee training.
Okay, got it. Ellen?
Thank
So
you.
I'm going to sound mundane after all of both of those. I had a list of things that more or less related to transportation and things that happened during July. The first of which that I thought was really wonderful was that Samtrans voted to make their Youth Unlimited Pass a permanent, freely available to students qualifying for free and reduced lunch. And that goes into effect the end of this month. August 31st is when the previous year's batch of Youth Unlimited Passes expire. And it is anticipated to be the responsibility of every district and every school site to recruit students and distribute them. So I very much want to encourage that to be a very high priority across our district. I think it's incumbent on our schools to get as close as we possibly can to 100% participation of qualifying students. And I hope that one's a slam dunk that all the schools are ready to just jump on board with. The second, the other couple of things I've got came through in the California budget when it was approved. One was that $3.4 million have been earmarked for the implementation of the Four Corners project along Alameda de las Pulgas in front of Carlmont. And the city of Belmont is the lead agency in getting that done. Their next step is that they are organizing the first of 2 anticipated public input sessions to occur during the last week of August. And President Dubois and I have been on that committee for nearly a decade, and something is finally really going to happen.
He's really good.
So I'm very excited about that, and that is going to have some significant implications on the Carmont campus. So we're going to need to be very actively involved in that. But it's very exciting that that funding has come through the budget. Also in the budget is in the California budget is substantial grant funding for acquisition of electric buses. And I know that we were thrilled to be applying for a grant to get the first 6 electric buses. I very much want to encourage us to be extremely active in pursuing every additional opportunity. Now that we've made the commitment to have electric bus expertise as part of our portfolio, the more rapidly we can go to a 100% electric bus fleet, the better off we'll be. So I hope that we can get a whole flock more of them out of this. There should also be additional funding, federal level funding coming through as part of that bill that's trying to work its way through the Senate now. So that should be in the future. And then the final little comment I wanted to throw in: over these past 2 weeks, I've been actively supporting my wife in the operation of Girl Scout Day Camp up at Huddard Park. And among the many things she does for that is organize the buses to get the students up the hill. The buses pick up at schools all over Belmont and San Carlos. And most of the leaders and aides in training are kids that come out of Carmont and Sequoia high schools. But notably with the buses not only use Carmont High School as one of their pickup and drop off points, but Carmont has been just great in allowing the buses to park there overnight and in providing support from Jerome and the staff on the Carmont campus. And I've heard not only the bus drivers, but all of the parent leadership up in Huddard Park extolling what a great service Carmont has been providing to help make that happen. So kudos and thanks to Carmont for that.
My turn. I want to turn to our student trustees and ask, at the beginning of the meeting, the board president mentioned that we'd be done by 11 p.m. And I went groan and I worried about your reaction, whether you thought that might be for real. Our bylaws suggest we're supposed to complete by 10. And actually our board president has done better than that.
I wanted to go to 11.
Generally. But from our board comments at the end, I was worried that we actually might extend that long. But to you both, this is my first chance to welcome you. It really is good to have you here. Your voice is so important. I think when you both offered comments about our superintendent and I think you probably speak in more compelling ways than we possibly can and in meaningful statements for the superintendent. You also add sort of real experience, which is so important to us. The other thing, if I recall correctly from the bylaws state that you vote before we do, which is symbolically important because your votes don't count because you're not elected officials. But by going first, sometimes that can be a little awkward, and I hope it's not, but it signals to us something that we follow on. So I want you to be very clear that how important you are to us. Thank you for being here. The second thing I'll mention even more briefly is I also attended AVID training this week. Want to thank Rachel, is it Andres? Rachel Andres, District Director. She even got the fee waived for me, which I appreciate. It was great training. I've got a handout, which I'd be happy to share. I guess I'd ask my board colleagues, I don't think we've heard a report on AVID in quite a while, and I think it might be worthwhile to do. Generally, I am cautious about programmatic solutions to the district as opposed to systemic changes. Systemic, I think, is more powerful, but this is an example of a great program that I think is contributing in amazing ways for our district. And I think it'd be worthwhile for the board to have a chance to hear the success,
Like that.
if my colleagues agree. Great.
So Edith has her hand up. She might have a comment about our comments. Edith?
No, I just wanted to note that in the agenda, it said the PDF for the board governance schedule for the year would be attached, and it's not. So if that can be made available for anybody who wants to look over it, I think that'd be great. And I also wanted to note that Trustee Stevenson reflected on the Juneteenth conversation, and I noted that the board has scheduled its retreat for next summer on Juneteenth. So I hope that during the next many months, the board may discuss that and might come up with a different date so that everybody can celebrate Juneteenth as a federal holiday on that day.
Thank you for that catch.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. So can I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.